Hello, hello. So, quick disclaimer, just because I did mention briefly, life happens sometimes. I will probably need to step away for a little bit at some point, but it shouldn't be a terribly long break. Just so y'all know, there is going to be a point where I'll need to step away for a handful of minutes or something like that. I don't know exactly how soon it will be, but it's probably gonna be in the first half of the stream. So we'll see how that goes. Just to let y'all know in advance that I will need to step away at a certain point, and I don't know exactly when that will be. Nature does call. Sure, we'll call it that. We'll call it that. Hello, Tune. And thank you as well for that 15 stream watch streak. You're very consistent, sir, and I do appreciate that. It is always a joy hanging out. I appreciate you popping in, even the times where you do have to lurk. It's always appreciated. It's nice to see you check in at the times you can. Sorry, I'm just thinking about all the stuff I did with this game the same night that I finished the stream. Just going back and looking at the archives and trying to piece together all the artwork stuff. Because, oh boy, if y'all remember from last week, we found the study and it had the chalkboard. Hopefully get those sweet views credited. Either way, I appreciate it. I'm not too worried about the numbers. I just appreciate being able to share experiences like this with people, because it makes it so much more fun. It's like, sure, I could be solving these puzzles on my own, but it's so fun to have it be like, wow, I get to share this discovery with other people in the closest thing to real time you can get over the internet, basically. But speaking of which, that chalkboard in the study. So there was that whole thing of the artwork being commissioned in matching pairs for each room. So we got some of those last time at the end of the final run of the stream. I tried to go through as many of the rooms as I could and determine what the artwork pairings were. For those who don't know, the artwork, each of the rooms has a set of 2 pieces of artwork that complement each other. And the items depicted in those artworks, the words are 1 letter apart from each other. So if I were to go in here, we can demonstrate real quick with the entryway, because this is the one pairing that they give us for free. This is our baseline starting point for solving this sort of puzzle. So we'll hop on in here and I'll show y'all what I'm talking about. It'll make a little more sense that way than me trying to explain it all verbally. So each room in the house has 2 artworks like this. And I did, looking back in the archives, I did confirm that this artwork stays the same regardless of what room is drafted, as long as the room... No, wait a minute. Oh, that's so weird. Oh, this has implications. I'll get back to this. I don't want to get distracted. I'm trying to explain a thing. So those artworks, these two artworks here, they are linked to each of these blueprint rooms. Like each of these individual squares on the blueprint will always have the same set of artwork contained within them. Unless it's a room that just does not have artwork to begin with. So for this one, this is the one that they give us as a freebie in the study to kind of start with. This one is face, and this one is ace. So between the two, the only letter that's different is the letter F. So for this part of the blueprint, this square is associated with the letter F. I will get into the implications of that momentarily, because that IRL obligation that I was referring to looks like it's happening pretty darn quick here. A lot sooner than I expected. Face and ace, not queen and ace. Yeah, so it has to be, it's not necessarily a rhyming pair, but the two words are specifically one letter. There's one letter that's added to one artwork that is not in the other. So this one on the study chalkboard, it actually says face and ace for this square in particular. And I can corroborate that with hard evidence, but I will have to do that in a moment because I need to briefly step away and do that thing that I mentioned I was going to need to go do some stuff. But that at least kind of sets the groundwork for it. We'll get into further implications momentarily. So give me a moment. I'm going to bring it back to some menu music while I'm on this quick break. So I will be back in a little bit. Hello, I'm back. And I have a chalkboard to explain. Darn, I missed a task meow while I was gone. Aw, shoot. I wonder if there's another way I can do that. Beautiful. Hello, Bless. Welcome on in. I was dealing with IRL business real quick. It was the thing that I wasn't sure if it was going to delay the stream. And now it's done, so I don't have to worry about that anymore. All is good. So let me get back on the train of thought that I was on with this artwork here. So, each square of the blueprint has two pieces of artwork that complement each other in the sense that they both, that what they depict is one letter separate from each other. So in this case, this is face and ace, since this is a face card and this is an ace card. So the one letter that's different between them being the letter F, which makes ace into face. That letter is associated with that square of the blueprint that those two pieces of artwork are located in. So this lower square here, this lower central square where the entrance hall is, this one is the letter F. That goes right here. And the reason I needed to set that groundwork is because I did a little bit of homework after the last stream. We did identify a good number of we did identify a good number of the pairings, so we have the letters to work with. But I went through all of my previous archives and tried to find all the pairings for any of the rooms that I had been to in any of my previous runs. And I made a little mock-up on that chalkboard because I did take a screenshot of it. And here's what I cooked up. It spells a message. It's not complete because there are still 6 squares that we have not been to yet in those upper ranks. But I think this gives us enough of a picture of what we're looking for. Something about small gates and 8 dates crack 8 safes. We already know that the different safes that we've come across, there's been 2 of them so far, and each of them has had a ruby and a crimson letter contained within them. And we know that the fortune teller, the great Alzara, if I got that name right, had one of the visions was specifically about 8 red envelopes. I wrote down specifically 8 red envelopes on 8 pedestals containing 8 letters penned by 8 different hands, and supposedly only 7 are readable. So that will be interesting to see. But that does bring some degree of confirmation to something we had already kind of started figuring out to begin with, which is that each of the safes that we've been dealing with in the game, each of them has been opened by some sort of relevant combination of month and date. Month and day combining together to create a 4-digit combination. The one in the bunker is specifically whatever time we set up to have it be unlocked, based on figuring out what day it is in the game, which we did figure out. And I don't need to keep constant track of it, but I can always, now that we know what day the game starts, we can reverse engineer what day it is currently. And the other one was in the boudoir, and that was the Christmas photo having the vault in the picture. So using 12/25 as Christmas Day being the combination for it. And in the last run that we did last time, we did get to the ballroom, and that gave us another date that I will want to try out. I think specifically I want to try it out in the office. I get the feeling, well, we're going to try it out on any of the combination safes we find along the way. I do have it written down so we can test out the combination. I also took note of the music sheets that were in the ballroom. And I wrote down their lyrics so we can actually review this. The first one was, "Under these stars the dance is held, and to the floor we are compelled. The gowns glide on and music swells, and at the end the clock strikes 12. What that means, only time can tell." And the word "are" in "to the floor we are compelled," that word is bolded, so I have that written separately. The second sheet of music was "To remain for one last dance, and spin again around clock hands. And as they turn, a second chance to rise above the falling sands, the true time lost in past romance." And the word "true" is bolded in that sheet music. So for bolded words, in order, we have 5 through 8. So we're still missing 1 through 4, but we have 5 through 8. And what they spell out right now in terms of like putting the words together, sheets are true message. Very curious what that first half has to say. And I did also read, I'll take this off the screen now, we're not talking about the chalkboard. I did also read the history of Orindia right before the stream, just to see what I could glean from it. And I feel like right now it's probably best for me to treat it kind of like I treat the red typewritten memos, in the sense that so much of it is so heavily redacted that it's pretty obvious that they're trying to paint a narrative that maybe is, well, at minimum, it's more nuanced than they want to admit. At worst, they're just blatantly trying to paint the opposite picture of what is actually written in the history of Orindia. So I think for the time being, I'm going to treat it like a red typewritten memo and just assume that what they want people to think based on the amount they have redacted is generally opposite of what actually is the case. What do I want to do here? Which room to draft? I guess we could do the trading post again, and then if we come across anything, if we come across items, we can come back out here and try it. Because we can look inside and see. I don't remember if this location is possible for there to be anything that I could take with me. I don't see anything spawned right now. Yeah, I need items to trade, so I want to try that out sometime. But for now, let's head into the house and see what we come across today. I don't really have a super specific agenda aside from checking these upper 6 rooms on the upper right there. If I can get to those rooms and get their artworks, I think that would be... that's about the only real major goal I have aside from trying to get to maybe the pump room or using the boiler room to connect to some things, but those are more circumstantial. There is no guarantee. And I can also explain some artworks along the way so I can kind of demonstrate the mindset. I did kind of do this at the end of the last stream as well. We were doing a bunch of these artworks and I was kind of losing my mind a little bit, just because it's like each one was kind of its own mini revelation. So like for this one we have pin and pine, and I think based on the context of these artwork clues, I don't think the specific depiction of tree was worth overthinking too much. Because I know I had my whole fur fire kind of thing was going on last time that was giving me a little bit of doubting. Yes, we have pin, pine, and for this one it's ace, face. So I'll kind of explain those as we go along. I don't have anything in the coat check right now. I think it might be best to not go in there just yet. Let's do observatory. We haven't been in here for a while. I'd like to get some more stars. I think that'd be pretty cool. Yeah, I don't know if there are any items that spawn up here or if that's just turn the controls or the telescope to line it up. All right, and this one, so I feel like based on the context clues of how the letters all seemed to fit on the chalkboard, like so far everything I've put on here makes enough sense that I don't really doubt any of these letters that I've put on right now. So I feel pretty confident in the pairings that I have determined thus far. So this one is pry and pray. This one's a little bit more symbolic. It's not the literal crowbar or rosary beads. It's the act of using a crowbar to pry something, and the act of praying. So it's a little more removed from its literal, from the literal interpretation. Yeah, I was also curious, the foundation does not reset each day. That makes me wonder, is it possible for us to draft? If we get the mirror room, the mirror chamber, do you think we could if this is permanent, would it be possible to soft lock? Would it be possible to soft lock, or can there only ever be one foundation so that you never get fully stuck? Because I feel like it would technically be possible to soft lock yourself if you set up a whole line of these and were unable to move past that rank. There's gotta be something more to that. I think 11 is still safe, right? Ooh, nice. Diamondus Major is pretty cool. I do appreciate that it gives us, when we get to a point where we have exactly the number of stars that we need to create a new constellation, it just gives that constellation to us as a demonstration. Now we're gonna have to watch out. The next time we get a star, we have the capability of encountering Draxus, which means dead end rooms are going to be more common that day. So we got to be looking out for the eyes and nose whenever we're looking at constellations, because I think we can decide whether or not we want to opt into the constellation, because I have to click on it to make it happen. So I think we do have the choice. Let's do the parlor. I like the parlor. The parlor's my favorite. Give me that wind-up key. It's time for puzzles. Let's see, there are 2 true boxes. There are 2 empty boxes. Well, we know that's true. And this box is empty. Okay, so we know we have at least one truth teller here, because by the rules of the game, there is only one box that would have anything in it. So there are 2 empty boxes. That is true. There are 2 true boxes. If that's true, this would be the other true box. This box is empty would be the lie, so this would be the box that has the gems in it. If there are 2 true boxes is a lie, then that would mean that there's only one true box, and we know that that's this one, the white box. Which would mean that there are 2 liars, which means this box is empty would still be a lie, which means the gems are in here. Beautiful. You love to see it. And I feel like maybe I should look into more games that have logic puzzles like this. Stuff like this is just kind of fun little brain teaser. Something for me to chew on. I appreciate it. So this one is stars, stairs. So this one's the letter I. So in this position on the blueprint here, I could kind of lean over so you could see it a little better. This position would be the letter I, because stars and stairs, the only letter that's different in there is the letter I. You plug that into the chalkboard at that position, which would be 2, 2. And if you look at my grid there, that's where I put a letter I. So that's generally how it works out. It's very, very fun going through. There were a couple, mainly toward the upper ranks, I started just kind of walking through rooms quickly without looking at the artwork very closely. So there were a couple of them that were a little less discernible than I would have preferred. But I did get an answer for every single room that I had ever been into up to this point of the game. Let's draft a den. So here we have, ooh, actually, this one just straight up gives us the letter. I did not notice that before. Interessant. Okay. Because that, you can't really see it behind my head. Hold on. The den is in that spot. 1, 2. Because I'm doing X and then Y. Standard graphing notation. It's actually just straight up telling us what the letter is. Huh, interesting. Fun. I didn't notice that before. If it wasn't the case that the artwork was tied only to specific rooms, this would be a super cool artwork to try and figure out how to get it into other rooms. But I think even just on its own, as a secondary study chalkboard clue, I think that's pretty outstanding just on its own. Very cool. I did not notice that before. But yes, plan and plane. The letter E is the difference. And yeah, that's demonstrated as much right there. Something else I wanted to point out about this room as well that I hadn't noticed. You know, I had a realization after we got the code for the computers, for the computer terminals being Swan Song. I made the realization that, oh wow, the car in the garage literally has Swan Song without the vowels as its license plate, and it has a swan as a hood ornament. And then just after the last stream, when I was going through all the archives again, I realized there are swans on the mantelpiece too. There's swans everywhere. It almost couldn't have been more obvious. But it's one of those things where hindsight really just makes things so much clearer. Like, it just makes so much sense now that I know. I would like to get a key. Getting a key would be pretty nice. So this room, we have our good old desert and dessert. So that'd be the letter S, which would be the letter S in safes. Very cool stuff. I won't go out over every single one of these artworks because I think you get the picture by now. Pun intended. That's how it works. So I just did that for, what would that be out of 44 rooms? 38 rooms that I went to. 38 different unique squares on the blueprint. It was quite fun putting it all together though. Not often that I have to create a markup image like that. Let's do, let's do a West Wing Mall. I would like to. Do we have Row and Crow here? I would like to. Ooh, security? I could get hallway closet, but then I'd have to go north. I think I'd like to get the security room. Get that done. I like to get this done earlier in the run if possible. Because then we can take down the settings for the security on the key cards. Confirm that setting, and then we leave. I do also like to check the estate inventory just to see if I missed anything. No, looks clean for now. All is good. So I'm looking at the labels on these. There's C-Cam tape 23 and B-Cam tape 45. I wonder if that means anything. I might real quick just take note of that. I don't know if that will mean something later. Let's go to security. Here we are. Let me just write down. There's tapes labeled. There's C-Cam tape 23 and B-Cam tape 45. I wonder if that, considering 8 dates crack 8 safes, I don't think that would be a combination for a safe, but it's worth trying anyway. There is also C-Cam tape, looks like 1, 2 right there on this one. So let me write that one down too, just in case. If there's any significance to it, I might as well have it available to me in terms of information. Or anything in particular about the keyboard? Looks fine to me. It is missing a few numbers from its number pad over here. I guess there just is no 7, 8, or 9. There are some bespoke rotation keys though. It's always fun. There's no right shift. There's only left shift. Interesting. Interesting keyboards you have here. Laboratory, you say? I think I shall partake. Yeah, it looks like each of the rooms that have ductwork in them, it looks like the ductwork connects to all of the doorways to that room. I think it's mainly that some rooms don't have ductwork to begin with. And I think that's the main puzzle around getting power from the boiler room to the laboratory. It seems to be the case. All right, let's try an experiment. All right, what would I want for an effect? Okay, we could set our steps to 40, add 3 aquariums to today's draft pool, or randomly gain 1 key, 1 gem, or 1 die for re-rolling. What would be a good trigger condition? I feel like being able to trigger it multiple times, maybe spending 2 or more gems drafting a room, since we have a good number of gems to work with. Aquarium is actually a pretty decent connector. It's a 3-door connector, right? Imagine spending 2 or more gems drafting a room, and then you just toss another 3 aquariums into the mix. You can really connect yourself to a bunch of different areas as long as you have keys to open locked doors. Could be interesting. Or we could just stock up on items. I think we'll do that. Whenever you spend 2 or more gems drafting a room, we gain a key, a gem, or a die. I think I want to try that one. I think we'll work with that. We do need the boiler room for this, so let's keep that in mind. Laboratory is here. Let's keep an eye out for the boiler room. Okay, these options all are awful. I guess we're using passageway because I do not like either of those red rooms right now. That gives us something. We got a key, it looks like. And there's that foundation just sitting there. I really don't know what to make of that. Oh no, the key card. Well, I guess I'm heading west again. Why? What is with all the red rooms? Hello? Hey, let's get the gymnasium out of the way. That should be fine. That one's not a big deal. No, I'm not going in there. There's no reason for me to go in there. There's a key card door blocking the way. There's no way I'm doing that. How do we do anything? Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. I just thought of something. Okay. So either we need to figure out a way to get some sort of, like, we gotta be able to bring this down from here, or maybe this is a way to get up from inside the catacombs. And when we come up from the catacombs through whatever elevator, that would bring us to this room. How would we move this room though? That seems very inconvenient. Where it's just like you just set it down and it just is that way forever now. As much as I appreciate a permanent room on the blueprint, this room doesn't even have artwork. So if you don't know the artwork for this room, then that's kind of unfortunate. There's got to be a way to remove it, right? Huh. I don't know. How about, I guess, drawing room? I guess we'll do drawing room. This one was kind of a tricky one. This one was plot and pilot. That was kind of a sneaky combination there. Very fun one though. I'll use one of my keys, I suppose. We don't have the car keys. I do like the idea of getting more keys in general. I think that would be... Okay, this one is tub and tube. Yeah, there's the Swan Song license plate. There's the Swan hood ornament. Isn't it wonderful? I'll take those keys. Thank you very much. We're gonna head back to the Foundation. Lovely. Boiler room. And it connects to the laboratory just straight up. Perfect. Okay. We are gonna boiler it up right now. All right, here we go. So this should be all connected already, right? So this should be all set. The only thing we really need to do is just swap this around to power the central machine. Right. We activate it. Then we can turn this back around to open this up because now this is just going. And... but does the Foundation have ductwork? I didn't notice if it did. No, it doesn't. Ah, tragic. And there's no way for me to connect it back. Oh, that's so unfortunate. No, Foundation. Once again, you have doomed me. This thing is a real pain, huh? Suddenly realize, maybe having impermanent room layouts isn't such a bad thing after all. Maybe it's not such a bad idea to reset the rooms every day. Oh. Freezer, hello? Oh, I feel like this would interact with the laboratory because there's the freezing, there's the melting point. Why does the Foundation have to be right in the way? This is so sad. It's a new room though, so I do want to see it. All right, we're going in the freezer when we can't use gems or coins anymore until the next day. Oh, if you can get this room to a melting point, you can acquire. Yeah, look, there's a temperature gauge on the side now. Not for staff use. Master Sinclair's personal freezer. Oh. Well, there's Coast and Coast. There's a letter. Open only in the event of my death. Oh, it's another one of those. We found one of these in the catacombs. Is that a scepter? That's like crazy looking. That might be a key. But we need to figure out the melting point for this. Dang, if only we could route power to the laboratory. Oh well. At the very least, I can make a new spot on my notes real quick. Where does this show up in the layout? Freezer, freezer, freezer. There you are. Number 40. Real quick. Create a spot for the freezer. And did this cost anything to draft? It does not. It's a rare one though. Yeah, trying to get the laboratory, the boiler room, and the freezer all in the same day and all usably accessible. That's not going to be easy. Unless the game deigns it to be so. And we just happen to get lucky enough that it happens. Yeah, that foundation room really messed it up for today. Very unfortunate. Oh well. Maybe if I had not been so hasty in drafting it, I could have found a way around. I don't know though. Not worth worrying too much about it right now. Let's read this description for the freezer. Dedicated to deep freeze and cold storage, Mount Holly's freezer is an insulated space kept almost as frigid as the snowy mountains of Kararika. Sustaining a sub-zero temperature is vital for keeping the items in this room under ice. Interesting. So let's see. Freezes. Freezes coin and gem amounts until the next day. It says they cannot be adjusted or used. I wonder if that means... I wonder whether that means you can add to them by picking up stuff in the room. Like if I get the melting point stuff figured out for this room and I'm able to access these gems, could I add them to my total? Because it says they can't be adjusted. I don't know if that prevents literally any interaction, or if that would be stuff like, say, the chapel takes away a coin every time you enter it. I would think that for sure would be prevented. Let's see, there are 2 gems and a key in here. And there's a special key of some kind here. And a letter in the chest freezer. And this doorway here. This has gotta be something. So here, let me write some stuff down. Let's see, freezer contains 2 frozen gems, 1 frozen key, and 2 frozen objects, not items, because items are actually a specific thing. 2 frozen objects inside the chest freezer. What appears to be special key and another Sinclair letter. And there is a frozen over doorway. I'm gonna put a question mark around interacts with laboratory, because I feel like that's probably what this is. It seems heavily implied to be the case, but until we actually do anything with it, I don't want to assume that it is or is not true. Very interesting room though. I guess we'll see how this pans out next time we get a chance to actually line all 3 of these up together. Tis quite a shame that maybe that passageway, if I could find a key card, would have been able to make something happen. Maybe even if I couldn't unlock the door, maybe I could have worked around it. Hard to say, it would have been tough. It certainly would not have been a straightforward endeavor by any stretch. Corridor, why not? It's unlocked. This one was fun. This is pint and paint. Okay, this is just south of the antechamber. If only I could rotate rooms, that would be super nice, but I do want to try and see what happens if I try to draft a room that requires gems while my gem count is frozen. Plus, I think I need to start a new run anyway to try and get up. I want to get up to those northeastern rooms. That would be really nice. Actually, let me take a look. This would be a room that we don't have the letter for yet. So let's see. Yeah, I literally can't use gems. So I guess... Oh man, the billiard room is kind of... I don't know. We might get a key card from it. We might get a key card from this, as much as I'm curious about the antechamber. I do think we might get a key card from this. There's a chance. There's a chance that we do. Okay. 10 minus 4, 6 times 3. Are you at 18? Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay, 7 minus 3 is 4. Times 10 is 40, divided by 2 is 20. Good golly. Wait, 10 minus 2 is 8. Times 10 is 80, times 1 is still 80, divided by 8, that's 10 again. Hey, we did get a key card. How about that? How about that indeed? And let's see. Oh, this one's not too bad. Hose and house. So, real quick, let me just write this one down. What is this one? This is 3, 8. Right, okay. So 3, 8 is I can probably take the question marks off of all of my answers here, because I'm 99% confident in every single one of them because it just all makes sense, but I never want to say 100% just because you never know. You never know if something's going to end up being thrown into question at any point in time thanks to some new context. I mean, just look at the artwork puzzle to begin with. This whole artwork puzzle is only apparent to me because we found a room that basically straight up told us that there was a puzzle. Okay, let me look at my map again here. Yeah, it's just those 5 now, and there's no way for me to reach them unless somehow I get lucky from the passageway onward. Oh boy, I guess we'll see. Yeah, we can put a letter U in that 3-8 spot there. So we'll keep that in mind. In the meantime, let's see what we draft in this direction real quick. Commissary is kind of pointless because my coins are frozen anyway. I don't know. I don't know that there's really much point to any of these rooms at this juncture, but we can try bedroom and just see. Ooh, apple. Delightful. So this one is bat boat. Oh, do I want to use all these keys here? I kind of want to backtrack to passageway and keep the other keys that I have. I want to see what else I can get from these lower ranks since we have the steps for it anyway. I don't want to waste all my keys. I only have 3 more of them. You know how quickly we can burn through those if we just happen to get unlucky enough. There's only one door we can go through over that way. So let's try this direction first. Only my gems weren't frozen, huh? I guess we're doing the dark room. And just hope for the best. What's over here? Oh, which one do I pick? Spare room. Okay. I can get down with that. And then we could do chapel because it's impossible for me to lose coins. Yep. They can't take coins if I can't have them adjusted in any way. So that's kind of handy. What's over this way? Since that's a dead end anyway, how about we make that the bunk room? Yeah, the gems just go away. They just go away entirely. That's so funny. Hey, buddy. How's it going? Yeah, stay hydrated. Do these tapes mean anything? The Trinsdale Mystery. The Turtles of Vera. I can't... I can't really read most of these. They're a little too far away and I can't crouch or anything to see them. I just hope they're not terribly important. Bride and bridge for this one. Fun stuff. Oh, can't draft courtyard. Guess we can do pantry, even though I can't take the coins. I can at least get some more steps thanks to the banana. You know what? Utility closet actually kind of a good pull here. Turn off the key card system entirely, I guess. Doesn't really matter either way. We have a key card, but we can turn on the dark room, we can turn off the gymnasium, and we can turn on the garage. Oh, the cabinet. Do you think that's the thing that lights up in the boiler room, maybe? I wonder if we can find a broken switch somewhere. Oh, this is where we had the vault last time. This one confused me. But after a little bit of research, tag, stag. It makes sense now that I've done a little bit of research. Car and cart. I love how I said I wasn't going to go through all of them, but it's just like, I can't help it. I want to share what I figured out because it was fun. What else? So yeah, that's red. That's red. That's red. That's red. It means something. And we know exactly what it means. It means they're lying. Well, we could either lose half of our steps or not be able to see what we're drafting. I think at this point, we're not going to be able to use too many more steps anyway. So I'd rather have that than not be able to see all three of the floor plans. Would I actually? Know what? Never mind. We're doing archives. Never mind. Oh, and real quick, since I didn't do this last time I was in here, I am just going to take some screenshots of all of these so I can look back on them more easily later on. I feel like this would be important for me to be able to refer to for theory crafting later on. Theory crafting and or puzzle solving. And then we have the princess jewels, or priceless jewels. Sorry, I'm kind of looking between monitors right now to get these sorted out. Okay. I can organize all of that later. I just wanted screenshots of that. Foundation, what do you mean? What is this? What is this? What is this? Hello? The foundation crank? Oh, okay. Foundation. Hello? Does that... Oh, it does move the elevator. Oh, hoo, hoo, hoo. Clever, clever. Give me a moment. I'm gonna write that down. Ooh. All right. Let's see, elevator out of reach. Put a semicolon there. Let's see. Access foundation from behind the elevator side to locate a crank that lowers the elevator into a usable position. Beautiful. What a discovery. That was totally by accident too. I didn't even think there would be something behind the wall on the opposite side like that. I think we need to go check that out right now. To heck with everything else. We've got an elevator. I want to see where it goes. Take me on an adventure. Oh, I did also put together the 2 map fragments that we found. I did put those together. Hey, this is where you can see the artwork. Hey, is that an upgrade disc? Oh, we do have a security terminal we could put that in. Or the laboratory. Got a couple of options. Heck yeah. So that's where this could be. Oh, elevator. Ooh, what is this? Ooh, what is this door? The basement door is locked. Do you think that's the key that's in the freezer right now? Is the basement key? Oh, okay. Okay. I see you. I see you. Let's see. Elevator leads to basement. I'm just gonna say currently locked. Ooh. I'm curious what that key is in the freezer now. Let's try the elevator button. Okay, so that would call the elevator here if we were able to access this from the other side. Huh. Interesting. The implication that we could access this place without the elevator. Huh. I'll keep that in mind for the future. Very cool though. That does look like the head of the key. Is that what you would call the handled part of a key? You would call it the head of the key? I don't know. I am not the type of person that would know that sort of thing, I suppose. I know that there's the teeth of the key. I could tell you that much with relative confidence. Beyond that, though, I don't know. I feel like calling it the head of the key would be accurate. At least it feels intuitive. I have this upgrade disc. Before we go back to the archives, since we have to head through there anyway, we have to head through the passageway, we might as well stop off at the laboratory and just drop off this upgrade disc before anything else. Just to bank it and make sure that we get the use out of it. Oh yeah, it has to be its own, it's a thing you do like this. Okay. Not like I get these every day. Oh, the parlor! Yes! My favorite room! Whoa. Whoa! Whoa, interesting. Oh, I love that there's some high-risk options. That could be interesting for future playthroughs. just take all the Red Room based upgrades and just have it be a super high risk playthrough where you actually are incentivized to draft as many Red Rooms as possible. Because I feel like I don't need the 2 wind-up keys. It is nice to have this as an option, just to have it be a little more forgiving. But I think I'm probably just gonna increase the prize by 1 gem. Seems the most reasonable. Because wow, the gem prize for the funeral parlor is equal to the number of red rooms in your house. If you open an empty box in funeral parlor, you lose 30 steps. So you want to get this pretty late into a run, actually. Because you want to have as much time to draft red rooms as possible, and that makes the furnace actually work in your favor then. Because that room specifically increases the amount of red rooms, or increases the likelihood of red rooms being drafted. I think for the way that I play on a first playthrough, I think just having a little bit extra on top is the safe bet. But that's cool. The parlor is now just even better. What a delight. Alright, let's head back through the archives. Let's go this way. Or do I want to go this way? This way's not locked, so let's go this way first. Oh, yeah, it's a bit of a risk. I think I'm gonna actually... yeah, I'm gonna use the weight room for this. It's not a huge loss. And it lets me get up here. I'm gonna do the archive floor plan and hope that it's a multi-connector. There's that furnace, speaking of. It is a multi-connector, just technically. But we can get a new combination here now, too. Let's see, I want to grab the... Well, it doesn't matter if I grab this because it doesn't do anything. Ha ha ha. We can look at the artwork. Hey, check it out. Fan. Flan. Beautiful. Writing it down. And that means that the letter L is the one for here. I need to go over here. It is 4-7, I think. Looks right. And that would make it the letter L there. Let me take a look at my little markup map here. Yep, that fills in the other letter L in the word small. So handy, we just got that little 2x2 square up in the northeastern corner then. Beautiful. I'll make a new mock-up image of it probably after the stream. I'll update it in between streams where it's relevant. Well, let's see what we get over here. If we could get Eastern Hallway, that would be super cool. This could be Eastern Hallway, we don't know. It was Maid's Chamber. It still lets us go somewhere, but not anywhere. Not anywhere particularly northward, which is unfortunate. But not a big deal. Nothing to really see in here, so we might as well just... Ooh, library, actually. Since we're already kind of locked out of further northward progress, we might as well just end this run with the library real quick. We can order ourselves a new book. It'll be our last one. Wait, the fixed stars, hold on. The fixed stars, is that different from the other book? Let me look at the observatory notes again. Hold on. Did I write down the name of the book in the observatory? I sure hope so. I just called it a Book of Constellations. I'm curious if that book title is actually different. I do want to see the Sightseer's Guide to Reddington. But I need to write down the actual name of the book that's in the observatory. There's no way we're going to be able to backtrack that far today. I don't have enough steps for it. Yeah, we'd be 2 rooms off. That's okay, though. Not a big deal. I could go to the gymnasium and just see what that last room is. Just for the heck of it. Since we turned the lights off in here, we don't have to worry about that. I don't have any... Well, actually, coat check, not too bad of an idea. If I can... Yes, I can check the key card. Hey, we can at least make some use of this. Yeah, this one's car and card. Alright, not too bad. Not too bad. Let's call it a day. And everything gets reset with the exception of our frozen assets. The Red Inn. I mean, I did draft 6 red rooms. Interesting stuff. Yeah, 6 red rooms and 5 bedrooms. That's interesting. It does tell you what qualified you for that classification. Pretty cool. Very nice look to it as well. Let's keep it going. Some very interesting things going on here. See, I think my next major goal is to try and get the laboratory hooked up to boiler room power and see what we can do. See what we can do with that. I'm very curious. Let's head out to the outer room and see what we can draft today. I do also appreciate that there are some rooms where the puzzles stay solved, like the boiler room being one of them. It is nice not to have to redo the puzzle from scratch every single time I draft the room. It's like, yeah, you've solved the puzzle already. We'll just leave it as you left it. I am curious if the other classrooms, while I'm thinking of it, I wonder if the other classrooms have other assignments and things like that. Because we only found one classroom the last time that we had the schoolhouse. And that had the coloring assignment. I wonder if the other classrooms have other information that would be useful to know, potentially. But since the shrine is here, I do think I would like to do that. Now, I did a 1 coin offering last time, I think. So let's put 2 in there this time and see what we get. Blessing of Dancer is back, okay. Understood. Thank you. We have made use of Blessing of Dancer before. It is a nice option to have. Certainly will not turn my nose up at such an opportunity. Let's get this place started up. I don't want to use up the hallways too early. I want to try and keep the hallways for later parts of the house if possible. Just be able to have more connections to consider. The den is a pretty nice choice. We'll keep going this way. I can do a trip through the chapel, that's all right. Just take a look through the pews. I guess we'll put a hallway here then, since we're getting a little bit railroaded into it. And we can get the gymnasium out of the way early too. Ooh, hello. Running shoes. Haven't seen these since my first run of the game, basically. At least in my possession. They've been in the shop a time or two. Occasionally saves steps when traveling longer distances. That's pretty nice. Just a random chance to not use steps when going through rooms. It is nice. Kinda comfy. Now, I would do the library, but then we'd have only a couple of connections to work with. The parlor will keep us moving, and we get the 3 gem prize instead. I'm gonna hold off on the library for now. I'll take that wind-up key, thank you. Let's see about today's clues. Only 1 box is true. The black box contains the gems, and the blue box contains the gems. Okay. If only 1 box is true, if that's true, then this blue box is the true box, which means that the black box does not contain the gems, and the blue box does not contain the gems. If only 1 box is true, then the white box would have the gems. If this is false, that would have to mean that both of these are true, which can't be the case, because they both claim that different boxes both contain gems. So, white box it is. Wonderful. And then we just keep moving along. It's the only room that doesn't dead end us. Well, observatory, I guess. I did want to check the title of the book. We do also need to... Oh, it is the fixed stars. Okay. So that is the title of the book. So the one in the library would be the same then. Now let's take a look. Let's look at what Draxus looks like in the constellation view. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I can definitely tell. That shouldn't be too hard to discern. I would not like to draft more dead-end rooms today, thank you very much. It's crazy that I can see the fireplace in the den from literally all the way across the entire house. Look at that. You can see straight from one end of the house to the other. That's pretty neat. That is where we have to go to make further northward progress. So, off we go. We're gonna lose another coin, but that's okay. We've got plenty. Thank you, running shoes. I guess we're doing corridor, so I don't get dead-ended here. Don't have to worry about keys, at least. Let's get some connections going here. I want to get more than just one extra door. Making me a little nervous. Utility closet. It's a little risky. Let's do bedroom. Ooh, coin purse. Thank you. Very cool. This door's locked. Sure. We could get our key card. Passageway might be for the best here, though. There's that foundation crank again. Thankfully, seems like it stays in place. Let's draft. Oh. Let me check the other door first. Okay, this one's not locked. And there's the security room. Beautiful. I don't even have to necessarily pull out the key card right away then. Well, I say that the moment a key card door enters frame. Well, at least I'll reduce the number of them. If I ever get that... If I ever get the utility closet again, I can just completely ignore that keycard door. Does this one... That one's locked too. I think I'm gonna double back to the passageway real quick. See what we can do over here. Ooh. 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 I do not like this. I do not like this situation. This is not a good one. This is not a good one. 2 gem rooms? Oh, what could they be, I wonder? I can't check the directory while I'm in drafting mode. Oh, you know, I guess it doesn't really particularly matter which one I choose because it's really just a toss-up. And there you go. Wow, extra luck. Great. I can't do anything with it because I'm out of options. Good run. Good run, everybody. Charming cottage. Let's just bring it to the next day. Welcome to day 24. Good golly. Let's grab that. Is there anything else? I want to go out here and see what we draft in our outer room today. Yeah, I think once I've fully played through the game to the extent that I feel like I can reasonably make any sort of progress with it, I am curious what the thresholds and all the different options are for things like the shrine. Like, what possible effects there are. Do I want to draft the tomb? There's not really... I don't know if there's anything I really can do here. Because the only thing I could think of is if I have a pump room that shows up. I don't know, I feel obligated to at least draft it. I'm not gonna go in, because I don't think there's any particular benefit in me doing that right now. I'd rather save the steps for now. I know it's only a couple of extra steps, but I might as well just save them. Let's do parlor. Might as well go for the gems. The true boxes are both empty. The false boxes are both true. Huh? The gems are in the blue box. Okay. The false boxes are both true. Well, we know that's a logical fallacy, so that's gotta be false. They wouldn't be false boxes if they were true. So we know there's at least one liar there. So the true boxes are both empty. If that were true, that would imply that there are multiple true boxes, which would mean that blue and black are both true, but that would mean that it contradicts itself because the black box says the blue box has gems. But since they would contradict each other, this one has to be lying as well. Right? Hold on, let me reset my thinking. We know the false boxes are both true. We know that's a logical fallacy. They wouldn't be false boxes if they were true to begin with. That would lead to an infinite loop, an infinite logic loop. We just leave that alone. The true boxes are both empty. That would imply multiple true boxes, though. The gems are in the blue box, and the true boxes are both empty. Can't coexist as true boxes. So would that not mean that this one is lying and the gems are in the blue box? It's about the best guess I've got without trying to sit here for another 5 minutes puzzling it out. Cool. Great. Glad that worked out. First time I've actually had myself a little questioning of which one was gonna be the right one here. But we got it. We did get it. Storeroom. Stock up on some items. Or some currencies, rather. Nursery might not be a terrible idea. I do like the connectivity of the pantry, though. Difficult to resist that. Observatory. Observatory or Nook? Do I want a star for the constellations, or do I want a key? I feel like... well, I do want to... I want to keep stacking up more stars, so we have more constellation options later on. Let's see what we're looking at today. These look fine. The key and rooms with 4 doors are more common. Uh-oh. That one's actually kind of a double-edged sword there. Oh, we've got our work cut out for us today. I need to be more careful about the Southern Cross. That one's actually a little sketchy. Potentially. Let's check the commissary. And that's why this is with and without. Because this one has an extra letter that the matching one does not. Plan versus plane. Plane has the E, plan does not have the E. Very, very cool. Like, it all makes so much more sense. All it needs is the proper context. We could afford some running shoes. Or I could get the sledgehammer. I feel like steps aren't usually too big of a problem, but I also need to remember that we have greater chance of four-door rooms, of which the weight room is one of those, and that cuts our current step count in half when we draft it. I don't know, I think I might... when was the last time... Here's the thing. As soon as I say, when was the last time I ever saw a locked trunk in one of these runs, that's the moment there's gonna be some. Like, just knowing how that tends to work out. Just watch. We're gonna find a locked trunk this run specifically because I said, when was the last time I ever saw this thing? Oh, the cloister. Hello. That's a lot of gems. That is quite a lot of... See, there's the weight room, like I mentioned. I kind of want to do the den. I want to get more gems rather than spending... Oh. Eat that! What? Somebody answer the phone because I called it. Literally 2 rooms. Get that open. Give me those beautiful, delightful draw floor plans leading north more frequently and treasure map items. Thank you very much. Have a pleasant day. So that's 5-5. Where are we at in relation to that right now? It is kind of nice that I accidentally built the foundation in the perfect dead center of the blueprint. That is a really nice landmark. I'll keep flip-flopping on whether I like having the foundation right here or not. I guess the main thing is I just have to work with that information in mind rather than resenting the decision. Just accept it for what it is and work around it just as it is. So it would be 2 rooms east of the foundation. Okay. Now, with the treasure map, it shows a little path to it. I don't know if that matters to follow that path or if you just need to get to the room that the X marks the spot. I don't know. I guess we go out this way then. We could do chapel. I don't have any coins to lose anyway. Wow, speaking of coins, now I do have coins to lose, but I got them in the room that takes them away from me. So we'll see how that goes when I head in this direction. Hallway. Let's do a quick little rotate here. And then we'll plant that in place. Beautiful. And we're connected to the foundation if we want to go that way. Kinda handy. I do think having the foundation maybe closer to the beginning could be nice. Just to give us a free option at the beginning. I don't know. Wherever you put it, it's got pros and cons. Both due to its consistency. The fact that it's persistent across each day. Having it early means it's one less chance to get something like keys or gems. But that also means that you always know you're gonna have multiple connection options off of it. So you're marginally less likely to get locked at the very beginning ranks. I'm gonna go this way. Oh, the rotunda. Do you think this rotates? Would this rotate the room down in the catacombs? Oh my god. Hold on. Can rotate. I think we've got to check this out. It's all of my gems, but I think this room might be really important. This room might be really important. It is entirely possible that this room has way more importance down in the catacombs. Could you imagine rotating this also rotates the big room down in the catacombs that also looks very rotunda-esque? I need to mark this room too. Need to look at the description for the rotunda. A circular chamber with a domed ceiling adorned with an array of mechanical gears. In the center of the room, a stone podium serves as a central pivot point for the chamber's true purpose, rotation. A fitting function for a room named Rotunda, which means clockwise room in Arajan. Okay. Okay. Oh, that's really early in the sequence. That's room number 4. Okay. Well, let me add a little spot for it here in the notes. Let's see, this cost 3 gems to draft. Let me see a possible connection to similar looking room in catacombs? Question mark. All right, I want to see how this rotation works. Just to see what happens. Okay. All right, that makes sense. Absolutely. That is a very useful room. Let's see what we draft off of the north side. Oh, I love the little backdrops for the special rooms too. Just having the gear in the back behind the drafting. It's pretty cool. I guess this is a utility closet now. And pop in here real quick and turn off keycard entry system, turn off gymnasium, turn on garage. And yeah. Let's see what we can draft off this way. To the east. Oh, bedroom would take us there. Bedroom would take us to the room we want to be in. We don't have a shovel to dig any dig spots, but we can at least reach the room that the treasure map indicates, which I think would be a first. Let's see what we get. As much as I like a key, I'd also like to be able to keep moving northward. So we're here in the, oh, hold on, treasure map? This looks like the spot. It does indeed. Now to find something to dig with. Well, I don't see any dig spots. And that door is locked. I wonder if we'll find any shovels by any chance. We're just gonna keep going real far north. Any shovels in the corridor? Having to keep any spare shovels in here? Yeah, there's the key card. No, we're going to the library. We're going to the library. Got any shovels in the library? Ooh, a gem. Beautiful. All right, it is time for me to take screenshots of a sightseer's guide to Reddington. A modest account of our town by Sir Andrew Darrell. Let's see, the third largest city in Fen Ares, which is where that passport we found in the vault is for. The third largest city in Fen Ares and site of its former capital, Reddington is synonymous with mountains, mystery, and magic. Most tourists head straight for the boardwalk and don't get much farther than the botanical gardens. However, Reddington has much more to offer. Spectacular scenery, a historic castle, and a charming underground bazaar reward visitors who wish to explore further. Reddington is that type of unique, enchanting place that lingers in your mind and memories long after you leave her. The Botanical Gardens. Reddington's most popular attraction and a guaranteed crowd pleaser, the Botanical Gardens is loved by both locals and visitors for its Ajaran canopy house and mausoleum, its petal-covered trails, and a mind-boggling variety of flowers. This is the reason springtime is Reddington's busy season. Situated just east of town, the Botanical Gardens offer a scenic and captivating tableau of the natural countryside. A cobblestone trail meanders past over 1,000 species of tropical plants, each remarkable in its own right, yet even more stunning set against the spectacular backdrop of the Reddington Mountains. Allow yourself at least an hour to indulge in this picturesque walk, which concludes at Mainway Station. And there is a specimen of holly unique to Reddington's mountains. Mount Holly. You don't say. Featherfall Keep. You will find, sitting at the base of Mount Perma, Reddington's second highest summit, a historic site described by scholars as significantly important to the realm's past. Featherfall Keep the former home of Lord William Epson, keep that in mind, has until recently always been a private residence, serving as a family home to the Epsons since before the Third Era. After the death of Lord Epson, his oldest son, Lionel Epson, left the estate, never to return. However, the daughter stayed, maintaining the residence and its staff until her marriage in 1951. At that point, Featherfall Keep ceased to be a family residence. It began operating as a historic house museum and tourist attraction, and the estate was designated a National Historic Landmark in 1972. It is still believed by many that Featherfall was built by the first king of Orinda Aries when Reddington was still the capital. However, surfaced documents containing conflicting dates have recently cast some doubt on the long-standing myth. And I imagine that's where that History of Orindia book and possibly its redactions come into play. Trinsdale Lake. Close your eyes and imagine tranquil, serene stillness, rolling fogs, clear water, and gliding swans. There's that mention of swans. In the midst of all that beauty sits Trinsdale Lake, one of Fen Area's premier vacation destinations, exclusive for its more privileged citizens. The lakeside resort and cabins have been frequented by royalty and the realm's gentry for generations. However, on the southern shore of the lake, tourists are free to enjoy the views and rub elbows with the rich and famous in the 100 Bells Tea Room, which is open to the general public for lunch on Mondays and Fridays. Interesting name for a place, 100 Bells Tea Room. And Mount Holly. Certainly a name we've heard a lot. At an elevation of 11,220 feet, Mount Holly is the tallest mountain in the Reddington Range and the highest peak in the entire realm. Beyond the physical challenge itself, climbing Mount Holly Trail is a beautiful experience, and one that many hikers and explorers will want to do at least once. It's only a few hours from Reddington to get to the trailhead, and you won't need any local guides or special gear if you tackle the trail during the summer season. However, those willing to give this mountain a significant amount of planning and research will be greatly rewarded, whether or not they actually summit. On the opposite side of the peak, far from the trail, rests the estate of Mount Holly, nestled between the summit's northern slope and saddle. This 80-acre mountain residence is almost as old as Reddington itself. However, unlike Featherfall Keep, the property has been completely private since the closing of the Mount Holly Schoolhouse in '66. Still, hikers will be able to appreciate the house's unique architecture at a distance from one of the trail's many north-facing overlooks. Mainway Station Bazaar. For the sentimental tourists wishing to pick up a souvenir to remember their stay, one might try braving the Mainway Station Bazaar. But don't be too hasty. Without proper guidance, the Mainway Station can be a dangerous place. Located underground, this unique marketplace was once Reddington's central railway station, in a time when the realm's trains were still in service. Now the turnstiles, footbridge, and platform have been appropriated and turned into a cavern of tents and torches. I love the way this is written. Very, very eloquent. Whether you are bargain hunting, looking for adventure, or finding a memento to commemorate your visit, the Mainway Station Bazaar will be a worthy conclusion to your sightseeing adventure in Reddington. Oh, and there's a nice little map, too. Very handy. You can kind of get a sense of where everything is in relation to each other. As you see, we have Burrow's End over here. And is that the The Arias River? And the Angel Tower? Is that what that is? The Angel Tower? It's either Angel or Angle. Can't tell if that's an E or an O. If I had the magnifying glass, probably would be easier to read it. And then there's like, is that the Tenor Fork? Again, can't quite read the name, but I can tell that's like the fork in the path there. Does that make sense? And for some reason, this little lightning bolt thing looks sharper than the rest of the image. I wonder if that's something. It's interesting. And that is the whole book. Very fun. I do like the way it's written. Like I said, very eloquent. Like a real proper tour guide pamphlet. Let's see what we've got going on. I'm curious which rooms are taking up the spots in the scrapbook right now. Yeah, top 3 checked items are literally just the first 3 items I ever checked. My favorite floor plans, Shrine. Can't seem to ever pass it up. Is that just... So favorite floor plans, that must be based on the ratio between the number of times it's shown up and the number of times I've drafted it. Because most drafted, obviously the parlor, with the den close behind. That checks out. I get the feeling the shrine is probably going to stay the favorite for a good long time. Just because it's one of the more rare floor plans and it's useful. I don't know. Security and passageway are both equally most paid for, with the commissary right behind. Most time spent in entrance hall, security, and parlor. Yep, that... I don't know if that's ever gonna really change. No contraptions. Largest purchase was that sledgehammer I just did, huh? Furnace is now most avoided floor plans. Right above the patio and locksmith. Whoa, oh, this is cool. Wait a minute. Classroom, highest grade 1. So each classroom we draft goes up a grade. Oh, wow. Okay. So that's something to aim for when we draft a schoolhouse next time. We want to try and get as many classrooms as we possibly can to try and get to upper grades. So there are unique things to see in each of the classrooms. That's my understanding. Oh, that's awesome. Cool. Glad I took a look at that. That's actually very enlightening. Bookshop. Books for sale. Huh? Well, I've got to look at this. Even if I don't have a ton of money, there were books that were discussed in an office memo that they were asked to get. Okay, I'm gonna be really aggressive about taking screenshots of everything that comes up like this from now on. I can sort them out after the stream, but I need pictures. Get me pictures of Spider-Man. Okay, Reddington Herald. A new clue, sold out in hours. Oh, it's by Marion Marigold. A 3rd book. Interesting. It should come as no surprise that the latest book from local author Marion Marigold is breaking literary records and making headlines even in absentia. The release of her new book, A New Clue, comes only 14 months after the distressful report of the author's mysterious and unexplained disappearance. Her current publisher has issued a statement debunking the conspiracy theories surrounding the book's recent announcement, stating, quote, "The writing of the book was completed and well into the editing stages many months before the disappearance," end quote. In addition, the publisher has revealed that all of the proceeds from first edition sales of A New Clue will be going to Lasting Hope, a nonprofit organization that aims to provide resources and intel in the investigations of missing persons. Still, the timing and conveniently mysterious title of Marigold's third book has left many cynics denouncing the book and her disappearance as a cheap publicity stunt. Yeah, I can kind of see where they're coming from. Detective Bon Margul, who many theorize may have been the inspiration for A New Clue, was quoted only saying that the book was, quote, "unintentionally accurate," unquote. Regardless of their opinions, fans, pundits, and cynics alike were standing together elbow to elbow in bookshop queues this morning, eager to get their hands on what may very likely be the last words ever published by the missing author. Huh. Interesting. Let me take a look at what they have in the bookshop once I get it written down here. Let's go to shops. It's after a laundry room. This room seems important. The laundry room is right there. So we make a new section for bookshop. And this costs a gem to draft, right? Okay. Costs 1 gem to draft. Books for sale. I'll elaborate on that in a moment. Let's see, it contains a news article about Marion's third publication. What do they call it? It was A New Clue. Okay. I just want to make sure I write it down. Oh, really? Being released after her disappearance. Okay, let's read the description for the bookshop. This cozy little bookstore is often tucked away in the more secluded corners of the estate, giving guests little opportunity to appreciate the curated selection of equally rare books it offers. Does that mean, I'm getting the sense that higher rarity rooms are more likely to be drafted in the higher ranks of the house. And some of them, like this bookshop, it specifies it's tucked away in the more secluded corners. Is it literally more likely to draft this the closer to the northeastern and northwestern corners you're drafting? If so, absolutely fascinating. Titles purchased in the bookshop will be automatically added to the library's book request form, which fittingly is the only room in which this rare floor plan can be drawn. Right. I forgot the library does that too. It does something specific about that. Hold on. Discover less common floor plans while drafting in the library. Right. I completely forgot about that effect. I just never really think about it. Because the library, usually my brain is focused on the books. But it does have a separate effect. Okay. And the bookshop is exclusive to library drafting. Okay. Well, that is very handy to know. Let me add that to its notes too. Can only be drafted from a library. Let me see, books for sale. Purchased. Books are added to library book request form. All right, let's take a look at the selection they have then. Oh my, first edition History of Arindia. Whoa, this is massive. Wait a minute. Oh boy, there's a lot of lore in here, I'm sure, and it's expensive. Oh my goodness. 50 coins for History of Arindia first edition. 50 coins for A New Clue. Of course, they make the most compelling ones the most expensive. The Curse of Black Bridge. I wonder if I've heard that title. There's Realm and Rune, Drafting Strategy Volume 4, and Drafting Strategy Volume 5. Which one did I read before? Hold on, I'm gonna consult my screenshots real quick. Which Drafting Strategy? It was an Architectural Digest. Architectural Digest Volume 3. Oh, so these two are the next two in sequence. So I should probably get Volume 4 and then 5. It is nice that these are permanent, at least. For how expensive they are, I sure hope they would be. Well, golly. Let me write down their prices, actually. Let me put this on a new line. Let me put a list of the books. Books for sale, let's see. History of Arindia, first edition. Yeah, that would be very, very useful to have. Let's put the price at the beginning here. So we have History of Arindia first edition is 50 coins. It's wild. And then there's A New Clue. For 40 coins, there's The Curse of Black Bridge. For 20 coins, there is Realm and Rune. I wonder what's in that book. Then 8 coins, there's Drafting Strategy Volume 4. And then I can just copy that and paste it in the next line and just change the 4 to a 5. Awesome. Okay, good to know. There's some really expensive books here. I'll have to see if I can afford literally any of them ever. We're gonna have to backtrack because I don't have any keys, which is unfortunate because this is the 4 squares that I want to actually get the letters for. I guess we're heading back through the chapel. Unless we go to the Foundation instead. We could do Foundation. But yeah, that's major. Yeah, treasure map. I don't have anything to dig with though, so that doesn't really help me. Let's draft the southern room from the rotunda real quick and see what we get. If it's unlocked, which it is. It is. We could do hallway closet. I do not want to lose half my steps, and I do not have any gems, so 2 items it is. Gem and a sleeping mask. Okay. First time you enter each bedroom. Sure, I'll bank that right now. Doesn't cost anything for me to do that with the regular bedroom, since going in and out of that room is offset by its natural utility. And yeah, I think we are fine to... Yeah, we can rotate it one more time. We don't need access to the utility closet right now, but it's more useful than just the random hallway closet. So through here, and then we go through foundation. I'm trying my best to find a key. Oh, security room. You've never looked so beautiful, and I just got a gem to draft you with too. Oh, and you have a gem in you too. Beautiful. Oh, how it all works out. Wonderful. How's the state inventory looking? There's 1 gem and 20 coins. 20 coins, you say? Where are these 20 coins? You wouldn't be able to, you would happen to be able to tell me where that is. Let me just turn these keycard system settings a little lower. Where would those coins be, do you think? I don't know. 20 coins is a lot of coins. Oh, you know what? It's probably in the spare room. It's the treasure map. That's what it is. I can't get to it unless I have some digging implement. But that's probably where it is, the 20 coins. I don't know if the gem would also be in there. I guess we're going not to the gem, but to the gym. Unless we want to go foundation again, we can try going up here. Try going up here. It's not locked. I do not want to do either of those, so we're going boudoir because I don't want to mess around with any of that stuff. Plus we get another 5 steps. Helps if I need to backtrack, which I very well might. We're still going. You got keys for sale, I don't have money. I do have gems though. Do I dare rotate this floor plan? I don't think I need to. It's gonna be expensive enough as it is, just to use one of my 2 gems to open this. Having to make some difficult choices here. How about... Yeah, that's locked. No, this one's not. I could get more keys. I think I want more keys. Let's get more keys. I think the garage is also open. So if we really want to, we could go out to the private drive in the west path. That would be a more efficient way to get back to the beginning of the house. Cost fewer steps to go that way. Probably won't do that right at this moment, but good to keep in mind. Wait, we have keys. we have keys. I kind of want to go back to the bookshop now. Because now we can go north. I want to get these rooms. I want to find out the letters. I want to see what the letters are. Oh, what are these letters? I want to know. I want to know. I want to know. Can you show me? We're going for it. We're going straight back to that bookshop. We are unlocking that door. We are finding out at least one new letter here. Let's go. Oh, the tragedy that we're only gonna get one letter because I don't have gems. But at the very least, I can get another key. All right, new letter. We have a crow and a crown. Okay. Oh, and a magnifier. Yes. Yes. Magnifying glass. I did kind of want to look at some stuff with that, but hold on. I need to write this down. This is 4-8. 4-8 is crown, crow. And that means this is an N. And if I look at the markup here, I feel like that word on the 8th, on the line labeled 8, I think that's going to be count. Because the only letter we're missing is the last one. I wonder what the... I wonder what that 2-letter word that we're still missing is gonna be. Huh. Interesting stuff. Interesting stuff. Let's see what else we can draft, I suppose. Might as well. Just see what we can do while we're up here. Well. Great Hall. 7 locked doors. Do I really want to go this way? I only have 2 keys, so that's a pretty big gamble. I feel like at this point, it would probably behoove me to backtrack to the drawing room so I don't get completely blocked out. I don't know. This map is kind of all over the place anyway. I might as well just see what happens. I do need to take a short break here in a moment. Get a little bit of food and just check on the household, make sure things are going all right. What is this? Oh, I see how this works now. That makes sense. Okay. Okay, I get it now. So yeah, there's just a 1 in 3 chance that any of these doors that you pick will actually take you to the connecting doorway. And so this is how they lay it out. I guess that makes sense. That is all of my keys. I could backtrack. I could backtrack to the garage, go down the west path, through the entrance hall, check these couple rooms, and then if I still have enough steps after that point, which I think I should, head through the gymnasium, which I think we turned off, and check these 2 potentially. Just in case we come across anything useful or important or interesting. Might as well not completely squander potential. Hey, you never know. We might find a shovel somewhere. There is still every possibility we come across a shovel. And we'll need to come back to that spare room there. And that'll get us 20 coins, I think. For what use? If we have enough steps, we could afford the 2 drafting strategy books. Or I suppose we could also get Realm and Rune with that kind of money. I mean, it's far less likely that we're going to get 20 coins all together versus having enough to buy 2 8-coin books. I feel like it's not totally unlikely for us to... Oh, hi. That was sitting there the whole time, huh? Wouldn't have made much difference. We haven't picked up any coins, but still interesting. So yeah, this is locked. Yeah, I think it's more likely that I would have 8 coins at any given time versus 20. So if we do manage... I wonder if that's the gate. Because I couldn't tell for sure behind the open gate what direction, like which gate it would be. I don't know. The one from Alzara's Fortune. Well, one of Alzara's Fortunes. I do have the magnifying glass. Shoot, I did want to look at the book. Well, I'm not going to worry about it. Because I could go down to the tomb and get the stamp off of the... I don't know, I could get the stamp off of the envelope that's down there. Do I want to do that, though? Do I want to do that? I kind of want to explore the rooms in the house and see how much we have to work with at that point. Can't draft that. I don't want to lose half my steps. I guess we're drafting the archive room. This is not the most favorable outcome. I think that's pretty safe to say. I do appreciate the way they have this set up for the pictures, though. Very cool. I don't know. I don't know what's in here. I don't know. It's kind of sketching me out. Hey, more steps. And a key. Ooh. We got lucky with this one. That's straight up just pure luck there. Let's check the 2 rooms north of the gymnasium if we can. Those 10 steps might actually be super helpful, all things considered. Well, I guess West Wing Hall is the safer option. This door is locked. Do I want to unlock it? I could unlock the drawing room and that has more potential. I think I'd rather do that. Let's go back outside. I am gonna go down to the catacombs and get the stamp, since I have the magnifying glass right now. And thanks to the benefit of having these extra steps to work with, gives us a little bit of leeway. All right, let's head down. also don't know if it's possible for items to spawn down here. That's something I would like to confirm at some point. Let's get this. Orinda Aries. Alright. Pretty nice little stamp. Cool to see. I think that's all I really wanted to do down here specifically. There's not really much else for me to do in the catacombs per se. Because I don't know if the rotunda actually rotates the... Whoa. Wait a minute. Dead end. Wait a minute. What is the... Each time you draft a dead end, you get 5 in the tomb. Right. I forgot about this. I've never actually recognized the effect. Well, dang, I guess this is where the coins were. Now I feel even more compelled to just go back up. Head through to the bookshop one last time, and then we could go through the Great Hall with that one key. I think I'm gonna do that. Just pick up all the coins, because we also get bonus coins from the coin purse. Oh, we get 43. Wait a minute. Oh, that brings a whole new option to the table. We could get the Curse of Black Bridge. I feel like I want to try and get the more expensive books first, because the odds of me having that much money to work with are just so much smaller. It would be nice if I had 7 more coins so I could afford one of the 50 coin books, but I am certainly not going to look a gift horse in the mouth at this point. I have 43 coins. I'm gonna take it. I'm gonna take these and go get the 40 coin book. That's the plan, at least. I did not find a shovel, but I think at this point I want to take what steps I do have and just work my way back toward the bookstore. I do not want to press my luck if I can help it. Because it's like I could use the key here, but then I'd be taking steps over here, and that'd be taking me farther away potentially from where I want to be over on the eastern side. So let's do this. Let's go through here. Go back through the rotunda one more time. And we'll see what we end up with. I do wonder. Let's take a look at how many steps we have by the time we get there to the bookstore. I'm wondering if it's worth... I wonder if it's worth going a little bit further through to the Great Hall. First of all, where is... I want to see this little... There's like a little mark on the map, I remember. Move that out of the way. There was a little mark on the map that looked suspicious to me. This one right here. I guess that's just part of the artwork. It just looked a little sharper than the rest of the image. But I do want to read these locations too. That might be Tanner Fork. And that is, gosh, it really is still hard to tell if it's Angel or Angle. I don't know. The Arias River, that's easy enough to read. Burrows End, Featherfall Keep. Yeah, I think it's just down to the handwriting. So, not much I can do about that specifically. But let me take a closer look at this. Reddington Herald. I don't know if there's anything in the image that particularly stands out. I don't see anything there. So how about, I have 13 steps. I do want to peek a little bit further ahead to the Great Hall's locked door. If there's any chance I could get 7 more coins somehow, that would be awesome. I really don't trust the archived floor plans. We're doing dining room. Okay, so it would take, from here it's 1, 2, 3 steps. I'm trying to keep in mind how many steps I have so that I don't run out. Right, the meal! The meal! The meal, because we reached rank 8! Stuffed wild quail, local Mount Holly delicacy, served atop... I don't know how to pronounce that. Roasted potatoes, bacon lardons, and wild chives. This is far more cultured than I am. Plus 20 steps, plus an additional 10 if you have a trophy room. We've never had a trophy room. Not even once. But absolutely, yes, I will have dinner. That is super nice. And we get an extra one because of the salt shaker. Very cool. This door is not locked. Well, that stinks. I shouldn't have done this. All of my coins are gonna be frozen now. Oh well, that's just how it plays out. What a shame. What a darn shame. Should have spent the coins when I had the chance. Should have spent the coins when I had the chance. Well, darn. At least I'll have 43 coins for the next day. We just draft the bookshop off the library again. It's just that easy, right? That's totally how this works. Yeah, I don't think all the steps in the world are gonna help at this point. There's nowhere for me to go. There's like nothing I can really do at that point. Well, darn. At least we know the bookshop exists. That won't be our only opportunity for sure. We did get a couple of new rooms, which is nice. Oh well. I think the tomb is going to be way more useful than I gave it credit for in terms of, like, that was 20 coins just sitting in there. That I need to keep in mind. That's probably a good strategy, just in general, to have the tomb at the ready and just get a bunch of dead-end rooms, maybe toward the southern edges. Stuff like the storerooms where you can get supplies for it in exchange for it being a dead end. Very useful. Something I really need to think about more. But yeah, I will take a quick break here to go check on things, make sure all is good around the household and get a little bit of food in me because I'm getting a mite peckish. So I'll go take care of that, and I will be back in a little bit. Let's see what the next day brings, shall we? I've learned my lesson. I need to be more mindful of how I approach the drafting process. Could have spent those coins on something, but didn't get the chance to. There's my allowance, my little bit of allowance. Oh well. Let's see what we draft for an outdoor room this time. I guess I'm just starting this day with 46 coins. Guess we'll see what we can get out of it. I do want the schoolhouse. Ooh. Schoolhouse has a sledgehammer this time, huh? Okay, okay. Definitely a very healthy and normal thing to find in the schoolhouse. Anything else around here I should be aware of? No, looks clear here. Sledgehammer's nice to have. Could potentially save us some keys later. Let's see what we get today. Aha. We're getting the library. We're getting a key in the library. I'm gonna wait. Well, we might as well check the fixed stars just in case the version of it that we get from the library is somehow different from the standard one, or the one that we found in the observatory at least. Classroom. Sure thing. So this is the grade 1 classroom. That makes sense why it says grade 1 on the wall like that. Classroom puzzle. Can you find the difference? Now I understand this. Now I understand that puzzle. And I also put together the colors here. These colors correspond to the different room types. The regular blue rooms, the green rooms and red rooms, is pretty obvious. The violet rooms are the bedrooms. Orange rooms are the hallways, and the yellow rooms are the shops. So that's what each of these colors is meant for. I think that's pretty neat. Well, let's see what we draft in this direction. Could just wrap back around to the entrance hall, I suppose. I see no issue with that. Might as well. We'll see what we get over here. I'm gonna take the den. One for the gem, but also for the multiple doorways. Hello, locked trunk. Oh. Another compass and treasure map, I see. This one is 1-5. Okay. I'll keep it in mind. Let's draft in this direction. I think the pantry is a fine choice. Grab a few extra coins. We do have 50 in our possession now. But we're not going to be able to do the bookshop, unfortunately. I may have been a bit too hasty in drafting the library. I should have saved that for if we manage to get to the upper areas. Now, well, at least we've got the coins, so we might as well spend them while we've got them. Because I don't want to rely on having to find another freezer by pure chance. There's a fruit. Is there a fruit in this room, maybe? I haven't looked around super closely yet. No, I don't see a fruit in here. What room did I miss a fruit in? Oh, the classroom probably had something on the desk, right? I forgot about that. Not a big deal. It's probably an apple for two steps worth, right? Let's do the parlor. I need gems. Gems are very important. As we've seen, as recently as the previous run. All right, only one statement is false. Only one statement is true. The gems are in a box with a false statement. Okay. If only one statement is false, if that's true, and only one, so these can't be the same, they can't be true at the same time. Only one statement is true and only one statement is false. If we were to assume that only one statement is true is the true statement, then only one statement is false would be false, because it has to be two false ones, because this would be the only true statement. And so the gems are in a box with a true statement, not a false statement, which would mean they were in the white box. But if only one statement is true, if that's false, then that means that two statements have to be true, which does mean that only one statement is false would be true, and the gems are in a box with a false statement would also be true, which means that the gems would be in the white box either way. I appreciate when the logic confirms itself from both angles. Very cool. Yeah, okay. I don't know if I want to use passageway that early. Let's do... Man, it's expensive on gems. I do want to try out the combination, though. I do want to try out this combination while we're here. I don't know if it'll work on this particular safe, but I might as well. We can do this too while we're here. We can spread gold on the estate. Sure, why not? I don't know if I can see any coins from here in the previous room there. All right. What was the number I wanted to try? I think it was 1952. But I'm going to double check what I wrote down here. For the ballroom, where are you? There you are. Okay. Yeah, 1952. I wanted to try that. 1952. Not for this safe. Not for that safe in particular, but probably a different one. That is okay. Courtyard? I feel like this is the type of room that would have a greater chance of having a shovel in it. I don't know if that's true, but I feel like that would be a distinct possibility. Key card door? Key card door? Oh, and this one's locked. Lovely. Well, I'm gonna go check the door off of the security room real quick while it's still close by, and also maybe pick up some coins along the way. Can I go in here? Well, hallway for an extra key does sound pretty nice right about now. I do want the extra key. Is there... I do see a coin on the ground there. Do I really want to be stepping back through rooms just to do that, though? I think I'll be fine moving on. I just wanted to draft that one room just in case. Yeah, we could do the Nook. Yeah, that works for me. Go through here, grab the key. That opens the door through the foundation as well. And we can head this way. Ooh. New classroom. I would like to see at least one of the new classrooms. Trying to get all eight of them though. I do want to see a new one. Hey, check it out. Confirmation of the billiard mechanics. Cool. Well, that's fun. Another one of these. Can you find the difference? Just really demonstrating the point. I'm not gonna miss the apple this time. So grade 2 still has the 8 on its side like an infinity symbol. Makes me wonder how important that 8th grade classroom is. Because that's as many classrooms as we would get in a day. Okay, I need to see how I formatted my notes for the classrooms. Because I need to... Where are my classrooms? Where are these in the directory? They're not in the directory. At all. Interesting. Why did I do that? I don't have any spots for classroom. Weird. I guess I'll just put that under schoolhouse then. Grade 1. Contains a coloring assignment. And then grade 2. Let's see what kind of assignment this room has, huh? Let's see, we have the blank version. Oh, how fun. Whoa, boy. That is certainly labeling. That's a lot of labels. I'm gonna turn those off for now. I'll turn them back on when I'm actually solving the assignment, but let me write this down as notes. Contains a mathematics assignment using the same color-based mechanics as the billiard dartboard puzzle. Okay. Let's see what we can glean from this then. So is this literally just to teach me how the color operations work? Because I don't know that there would be any purpose to this beyond that. Let me just put, I have a section in my notes for the first classroom, right? Here, let me write, I need to amend my, it's grade 1 classroom coloring assignment. And then we have the grade 2 mathematics assignment. I'm going to do it from left column down and then right column down. So the first one, so we've got addition is teal, subtraction is yellow, multiplication is, whoa, I have to get a little closer. So yeah, addition is teal, subtraction is yellow, multiplication is pink, and division is violet. Understood. With that in mind, I'll leave these labels up just for anybody who wants to math along with me, I suppose. That first one would be I guess pause the archive here if you want to do the math yourself, because I'm going to just start saying them as I solve them. So I can write them down here. So that's 7 and then 13 and then that's 7 minus 3 would be 4. 9 minus 8 would be 1. 2 times 2 would be 4. 3 times 4 would be 12. That's 6 plus 1 plus 3 by the looks of it. So that would be 10. And 6 plus 1 minus 3, that would be 4. And then 6 minus 1 minus 3 would be 2. And 6 plus 1 divided by, no, times 3. I have to remember violet is division. They don't have violet on here. Interesting. It's like the first time I did the billiard dartboard puzzle, rather. It didn't include the division function at all, but only the first time though. Interesting. So 6 plus 1, that's 7 times 3 would be 21. 6 times 1 would be 6, times 3 would be 18. And then 6 minus 1 is 5, times 3 would be 15. Okay, I don't know if those numbers hold any significance, but I have them written down just in case. Taking off the labels. Let's go check the students' work and see how we did. Oh, it's not gonna tell us anything. It's just gonna give a score, right? Which ones did they not get right? They missed 3 of them. Oh. They missed this one. Down here at the bottom. That should be 15. They missed this one. That should be 21. They missed this one. Should be 10. That's what I have for mine, right? Yep, that one should be 10. So those are the 3 that Fomric missed. And then for this one, they only missed 2 of them. Penelope. Very neat handwriting. They got the 10. They got the 15. Oh, I think they combined the multiplication here by accident. It's 6 times 1, then times 3. Not 6 times 1 plus 3, which would be 4, which would give you the 24. And then 6 minus 1 minus 3. Yeah, this should be a 2. Not too bad, though. Then there's another B minus here for Jenny W. Wow, must be using a mechanical pencil. Look at how skinny those lines are. So they missed 3 of them as well. Wow. How did they get 3 here? Hold on. How did they get 3? Did they do... did they multiply it by 1? And then minus 3? Oh. Oh. Interesting. Now this should be 15. They got this one. This is not 9. That's supposed to be 21. And then they got that one correct. They got the 10. Like, which ones did they miss? I guess I could just refer to my answers. Yeah, this should be a 12 here, not a 7. They did addition instead of multiplication. Oops. Oh, Rob did not do well on this one. Look at the colors. Look at the colors, Rob. I mean, they got... they got the 7 and the 13 just fine. How did they get 2? How did they get 2? No, how? How did they get 2 here? How did they get 2? They got the 1 just fine. Oh no, that's not a subtraction, it's a multiplication, Rob. Rob, oh no. It's supposed to be a 4. This is supposed to be a 12. You got the 10. But not... No, no. Oh no. I mean, sorry, I just had to check where I was in my answers because these are there's so many of them that are not correct here. Oh no, that's supposed to be a 4. Here, let me do this. It's the first 6 answers are separate. There we go. That should make it a little easier for me to parse where I am on the worksheet. Yeah, that's supposed to be a 4. You got the 2. How did you get 4 for all? No, you got 4 for all of them, but they're different colors. Oh no. Oh, Rob. Oh no. This bouquet does look familiar. This flower arrangement is the same as the entrance hall. Interesting, I can't look at the colors for them though. Oh boy. Okay. Okay. I have the numbers written down for what it's worth. Don't know if it matters. This room might just be to teach me how the color-based math operations work. I need to get to the room directly to the west of me. I don't think that's gonna happen. Because I kind of want the wine cellar just so I can get more gems. I am completely out of gems. I would like to get some more. So I have any amount of options and choices when drafting. We can go through the foundation. And that should be okay. Yes, let's find out. Yeah, it's locked. That's fine. I have keys. There's that boiler room again. Well, sure. Why not? For what it's worth, I will swap this over. Activate the power. Swap it back over again so we can actually leave the room. And this is our last key. I don't want a dead end with the hallway closet, although it would be nice to have the items. We're gonna gamble with the kitchen. The door is locked. That is so unfortunate because we have literally nowhere else to go. 55 coins. $55 coins are being sacrificed to the void. Hopefully we will have better luck in the future. We've got nothing else we can do on this day. Oh well. Not a huge loss. Now that I remember that the tomb is actually a really good way to get money, it shouldn't be terribly difficult to get at least the first few books from the bookshop. I just need to remember to leave the library alone until we are closer to the upper corners, if at all possible. If I want a better shot at drafting the bookstore. I'll keep it in mind. Yeah, see? Now you can see these colors. White, yellow, and violet. Let's go see what outer room we can draft today. Kind of gives a sense of what sort of run we're gonna have or at the very least inform our priorities to some extent. You know what? I'm gonna draft the tomb again. We'll see what sort of coin count we can dredge up here. Let's start drafting. Yeah, we're gonna do the parlor. Of course we're gonna do the parlor. Why wouldn't I do the parlor? Alright, let's see. The gems are in the black box. The gems are in the white box. Only one box displays a true statement. Okay. If only one box displays a true statement is the true statement, then the gems would not be in the white box, and the gems would not be in the black box. So it would be in the blue. If only one box displays a true statement is false, then that would mean that these other two statements would have to be true. Because if only one box displays a true statement is false, then that has to mean that the other two are telling the truth, but they conflict with each other, so that's not possible, so it's the blue box. There you go. It's just that simple sometimes. Oh, the workshop! Oh, boy. Maybe a trading post would have been a good call. But I do want to draft this as much as I love the den. And you know I love the den. I want to have the workshop available since it's showing up here. If we come across items, I want to try and craft something. We do have a sledgehammer. So that gives us something. We don't have any other items to combine it with yet, though. So we will think about coming back here later. But we do have it, and I have one item at least to start with. Let's do... I think... That's a tough choice. I think the storeroom is going to be the way to go here. I want to grab a key. I want to have at least one key with me before we start getting too deep into the house. Let's try drafting this room today. Let's see what's at the commissary today. What do you have on offer in your stock? You do have a shovel. Metal detector might be nice, but that shovel is potentially compelling. Let's see, we draft off of here. We could get the observatory. Get ourselves another star here. And see what sort of benefit we may reap from this. Looks safe. Farmer's apple, okay. Diamondus Miner. And the slice. For 3 extra steps, not too shabby. That's a pretty decent spread of benefits. Ah, the laboratory. But that would dead end us. They're all gonna dead end us. There's nothing I can do. The workshop was... The workshop is wasted. Might as well just do the laboratory, I guess. See what kind of experiment we could run if there's anything even remotely useful. Oh well. yeah, a letter will be delivered to the mailroom is an option. Well, we could gain +1 star from something. There's no point though. We've done all we can here. This is just one of those days. It's just one of those days. The humble bungalow. Unbungalevable. Let's see what the next day has in store, because that last one was a big old nothing burger. Due in no small part to my somewhat reckless and gambling sort of drafting method that time around. What do I want to do here? I'm starting to feel like the hovel might be a good option. See if there's anything in here right now. Whoa, I didn't see this last time. Hello. Hold on. Hovel? Hovel notes, where are you? Hovel notes. See, contains note underneath pillow. Means no underneath pillow. I'm gonna say see reference image for details. Cause I need to take a picture of this. Sorry, I was reading the note, trying to figure out what they're talking about here. 45 rooms, 2 wings, 9 ranks, 2 starting rooms. Are they referring to the outer room and the entrance hall? Then they say 45292. Coincidence? So knowing what we know about the color combinations, which is kind of nice actually that we just brushed up on these. We have 4 plus 5 would be 9. That's based off of the 45 rooms. You have 2 wings. Pink is subtraction, I think, right? So that would be 7. Wait a minute, no. Wait a minute. Hold on a second. Being separated from the... Oh no, I didn't take a screenshot of the maths assignment. And separated from the context of the dartboard, it's hard for me to think of the colors offhand. Gosh, if only I'd done what I said I was gonna do and be super aggressive about taking screenshots of everything. But no, I was sitting here thinking, oh, no, it's fine. I know this. I don't need to take a picture of it. I don't need a picture of the colors associated with each of the operation signs. Oh, no. Oh, no. Well, I do have a backup strategy here. Hold on. I have an idea. What if What if I go... What if I go back to my clips? Like I've put up highlights. I have highlights specifically of this game. I have it in my highlights somewhere. I have the dartboard as something that I put in a highlight so I can see exactly the order of operations based on their color. Awesome. So now I can just write it down so that I don't forget again. Mathematics assignment. I'm gonna write down order of operations by color. Addition is teal. Yeah, subtraction is yellow. Subtraction is yellow. And then multiplication is pink. And division is the remaining color violet. Okay. I will never forget again because I have it written down. Thank you, past me, for documenting it in some form at least. So I don't have to scrub through an entire archive to find that information. Okay, cool. So 4 plus 5 is 9. We know that's addition. So that 2 is multiplication. So it's 9 times 2 is 18. Divide that by 9, we get 2 again. And then the 2 that's yellow, that brings our 2 down to a 0. I don't know if 45292 might be a combination. We're getting into some real numerology territory here. Tested my full house theory, no luck. As expected. So the red writing is from someone else, it seems like. This isn't all written by one person. Because as expected, why would the same person write that in a different color below their own note? That wouldn't really make any sense. Let me just write down 45292 just for my future consideration. Just so I keep that in mind. I do also want to take a, I'm going to learn, I've learned my lesson, I'm learning my lesson, learning a lot of lessons today. Just take a screenshot. Don't assume I'm going to remember this. Take a screenshot. I already took a screenshot of it. I don't need 2 of them. Just playing it safe before I start wandering off again. I already turned this, I think. Right? Let me double check. Did I turn this one? I didn't turn this one? Excuse me? I'm glad I drafted this room because holy cow, I was blindsided by that single note in that room, I guess. Wow, okay. Well, good golly, I'm gonna write that in my notes. How about? Okie dokie. Yeah, contains the yellow switch. Lighting one of the 4 blue flames. We have Willy Wonka's glass elevator, I guess. Can't wait to go down there. Just gonna put that in there. Okay. Let's go see where this elevator leads to, huh? Well, I'm glad I came back in here. It's 2 whole entire, possibly very useful things that I just overlooked the first time. I guess I just saw the notice of termination on the table, and that was all my brain was willing to acknowledge. This isn't even very hidden. It's just there. I just was not paying any attention. That's wild. Well, hey, I guess we've got some more new to explore, huh? Let's go check out the elevator. Mysterious elevator. Oh boy, here we go. Gotta look at this. What is this? I guess we'll head down and see where this goes. Oh, this is kind of nerve-wracking, just seeing the outside cliff face like this. Oh, that's neat. That is really neat. These both opened at the top, but only this one side opens at the bottom. Very cool. Ooh. It's a little bit dark down here, huh? Wait a minute. Oh, we're gonna get to walk through the little side areas that I noticed on the first day. Oh man. Checking a screenshot. Taking a screenshot real quick. Just I'll grab that. I've learned my lesson. Okay, let me start from the very beginning. This is Assay 502. Scripts and Rudford Mining Company, Excavation Department. Foreman's Log 3. Date 7/2/1915. As our client Thomas Sinclair suspected, the arches that were visible from the south cliff were part of a much longer arcade carved into the rock face. Last week, when our crew first arrived, only 2 supporting pillars were visible, but after only a few days of clearing vines, moss, and dirt, we have uncovered a dozen more. Our exploration, so far, has been limited and entirely superficial, as every shaft we have surveyed has ended abruptly, and every promising path leading deeper into the mountain has been blocked by tunnels packed tight with soil, rock, and debris. This site is either much older than we had first assumed, or someone deliberately had these chambers buried. Interesting. Okay. You do notice we're in the precipice now. Okay. Can't pick up any of these lanterns or headlamps or anything. That would just be a little too convenient. It's the other side of this room, huh? Wait a minute. This looks like the catacombs rooms. Ah, interesting. This is the house. Do I have a screenshot of the chessboard from the study? Do I have that? Do I have a picture of that? Did I take a screenshot of it? Would you believe that I didn't? Would you believe that once again, my lack of taking copious screenshots of literally every possibly important thing is coming back to bite me? Okay, I'm gonna take a screenshot of this. And the next time we go back to the study, I'm taking a screenshot of that chessboard, because that, I think, will matter for this. Because, I wonder where these pieces go. I don't think there's anything I can glean from this, specifically at this moment in time. But good to know this is here. I will certainly keep it in mind. And theoretically, we can just come down here anytime because we have the elevator now. Suppose we'll keep exploring for now. Interesting. This might be the rotation room. Wait a minute. This is Realm and Runes. So the one we can buy from the bookstore is undamaged, an undamaged version of this. Fascinating. Okay, that explains why this would matter then. It's all coming together. Okay. Foreman's copy. Do not remove from sight. Realm and Runes, Sigils of the Past and Present by Professor R. Willard. This is the introduction here. So the first era, I've been doing a lot of reading this time around, so I don't think I'm going to read this all out loud, especially because we're going to get a more complete version of it later when we can buy it from the bookstore. But let's see if there's anything of particular interest that stands out. Realm Sigils. The book was written to make simple the understanding of these fascinating glyphs and to clearly display the correlation between each sigil and the iconography of that realm's royal art. Even the adorned borders around the sigils have special meaning. Okay. To understand a realm sigil, we must first dismantle the symbol and identify the individual elements that make up the whole. Each sigil is composed of 4 things. You've got the core, the dividing lines, rays, the moats, and the border. At the center of each sigil is a unique shape, different for each realm. We have seen these sigils in the coloring assignment, and there were a couple of them that weren't redacted in the History of Orindia book. Oh, and speaking of Orindia, gosh, I wonder what Orin and the rest of it's cut off. Yeah. And the mountain one is the Ares. Ooh, I feel like there's already a lot I could intuit just from that alone. Let's see, if the core gives us a name, then the rest of the sigil will tell us the history behind that name. It is important to be able to identify and distinguish the core as a first step. All other parts are meaningless if we don't know the place we're describing. That makes sense, okay. This will be information that will be useful to get from the undamaged version of this book, huh? From one sigil to another, the number of rays will differ in number, style, and differences reveal several things about the realm. Forms of transportation. I see something about ships. Employment of ship routes, carriages. Oh, interesting stuff. This is quite tempting. And there's a lot. This entire page is just completely missing. Look at this. There's so much here. Okay, wavy lines are used to indicate extreme heat. A rainy realm is indicated with rays of 3 vertical lines pouring down. More extreme stormy weather has a jagged lightning-shaped ray. A ray dotted with falling circles is used for snow. Windy weather is sigils using bent curved lines. Interesting. Okay, okay. I can get behind this. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool design lore. On each sigil, floating between the rays, are small figures called motes. From the shape and style of the motes used on a sigil, we can tell the type of society a given realm proclaimed, if they considered themselves mighty in arms or blessed by artistic and economic fortune. So there's the asterisk looking one for tribal. You have that one that looks kind of like a seed for agricultural. The downward spikes for martial. The one that kind of looks like, I guess would that be like a building for metropolitan? Kind of reminds me of the key cards from Doom. You have 3 vertical lines for academic, probably meant to represent books. You have the square with a dot in the center for industrial. You have the circle with 4 quadrants and it has an X in the middle and then 4 dots, one for each of the individual spaces in between for spiritual. We have a flower for poetic. Interesting. Okay. That generally makes sense. The iconography, for the most part, is pretty self-explanatory for the motes. Then we have the border. Around each sigil is an adorned edge serving as a container for the information within. There are 8 different borders, each one corresponding to a different color. Oh, interesting. The borders always correspond to the banner and national colors of that specific realm. Oh, interesting. This is using the same 6 colors from before that we've seen in the classrooms and used in puzzles like the dartboard, but also black and white. Good to know. By studying the core, rays, motes, and border of a sigil, you should now be able to unlock the meaning behind what had previously been an undecipherable enigma. And then this last section here is crossed out red. Banners, martial, fog. I don't think we got to see the rays that mention fog, so we can't really confirm that, but we can definitely confirm martial. And then whatever kingdom, whatever realm starts with FE. I feel like actually you know what, FE, that might be Fen, because the passport we found in the vault was the Fen Ares. There was a Fen Ares passport. Okay, and then the border would be red based off of this. Why'd they cross out red? That's weird because that is lined up. It's lined up with what would be considered as red. Ah. I'm gonna have to keep this in mind whenever we find sigils, and also having the full undamaged book would be really nice, huh? Interesting. There's a lot of good information down here. I'm gonna have to spend so much time organizing all these screenshots, but it'll be worth it. It will be worth it.
Water and water and water,
oh
water,
boy.
water and water and water, water, 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 water and water and water, water and water, water, water and water and water, water.
Oh. Oh. Oh, hello, Theo. Welcome on in. Oh, I'm so hydrated. Hopefully some of that water made it in. Hello, how are you doing? We just got done exploring some interesting information. I'm cataloging so many screenshots later when I'm done with the stream. I have so many screenshots to sort through, but it'll be worth it. I'm well been watching and working. Looks like a fun game. It is pretty fun. There's been a lot of things that I have overlooked in addition to just finding new things. But it's been so fascinating to see it all play out. I'm building another observatory. Let's do it. Let's see what constellations we have today. Oh, this is a new one. The sale. Everything is 50% off today. See flyer for details. What? See flyer for details. What, in the commissary, I guess? Oh, this oh, this flyer. Hey, who put this here? Who's sneaking around here putting up flyers when I'm not looking? Who's doing this? I'm being really sassy right now. Today only, great deals ahoy, the sale. Everything up to 50% off. Offer valid at the following locations: commissary, kitchen, locksmith, and bookshop. Excuse me? Well, isn't that just fascinating? Ain't that just a funny little coinky-dink? Would you look at that? There just happens to be a commissary right here. Oh, and look, the flyer is here too. I think I will buy a gem. Yes, thank you. I was not expecting the sale. I'll take that gem, please and thank you, and we will backtrack to the start of the house. Might as well do this one. Courtyard. Well, there is a locked trunk here. No item spawns or anything. See what we can draft off of here. Ooh. Hello, security room. Yes, please and thank you. Why, yes. I do think I will deactivate the keycard systems, or at least bring them down as far as they can go. Yes, please and thank you. And let's check the estate inventory. There's the one trunk. Yep, I know about that one. It's directly behind me, right over there. I know it's there. Let's do a hallway. I'd like to have a key. And the connecting rooms is very nice. Very comfy and cozy. I think the billiard room sounds like a fine choice this time. Let's do some more maths. Let's see, 3 and 1's 4. That keeps it at 4. That makes it 8. And then we have 1 times 1 divided by 1. Wow, I wonder what it is. I can't figure it out. Ooh, a couple of keys, thank you. Nothing back here. Nothing suspicious around or underneath the table. Very nice. I think I will take the West Wing Hall, thank you very much. Keep on passing through here. Do I draft the library now? I really don't know. I kind of wish I did know, but I'm not asking. I wish I knew in my non-spoiler heart of hearts. I wish I knew how this worked to get the bookshop, remove the bookshop. Because I want to get the books, but I don't know if I have to wait until later, or if it's just going to be more likely later, or if it's just total placebo effect and it's literally just you hope for the best when you draft off of the library regardless. Well, I don't want to lose my only coin. I think I am going to do the library. I want to see if there are any different constellations in here that aren't accounted for elsewise. No, only 5 more stars until we have the last one that shows in the book. Why did they put flowers in quotation marks? That's so strange. Why are they flowers in quotation marks? That's weird. That's weird. Why would they do it that way? Why would they call it that? Why would they put quotation marks around the flowers? It just feels incredibly suspicious. I want to look at... Yeah, now we have a second stamp. It's fun. Highest grade, 2. I'm working my way up in the world. Made it all the way to grade 2. Certified SMRT right here. But there's the bookshop. There it is. There it is. And me without a more than a coin to my name. Oh, that makes these so much more affordable. That's crazy how affordable that is. Can I get some... Oh, can I get some coins though is the question. I have those keys. I could go backtrack to the courtyard trunk and see what it has inside. Unfortunately, the hovel, as much as it was good that I drafted it, the floor plan's costing steps is kind of making backtracking less viable right now. It's a little bit of a risk if I want to go back, because that's 6 rooms back. but I could continue drafting off of there. I think I'm gonna do it. We'll see what happens. Because the further forward I go, the more I'm gonna need those keys anyway. And there is the whole issue of not pushing too far north too quickly for risk of getting locked out of further progression. This is not great. Do I want steps or do I want 4 items? That's the real question right now. I think I'm gonna take the risk with the items. A key, 2 gems. The coin purse is nice. That could be useful, provided I have enough steps to actually make use of it. We're going back to the spare room. Here's hoping I can draft like guest bedroom or something off of a hallway or something of the like, because I am running out of steps pretty quick. 9 steps? No thanks. I'm gonna go with the parlor. This would be a great time for me to have the laundry room so I could convert my gems into coins. The gems are not in this box. The blue box is true, and the gems are in this box. Okay. If the blue box is true, if that's false, then that means the blue box would also be false, which would mean the gems are in the blue box. But that would contradict the black box saying that the gems are in this box. So I think, with that in mind, because the blue box is true, being false would create a logical contradiction. The blue box is true. If that's false, I reset my thinking. Sometimes I just have to do that. But just start from the beginning because it gets too tangled up if I don't verbalize it. If the blue box is false, that means the gems are in this box, but that would mean this would have to be the true box, which it can't be. So the blue box is true, which means the white box is also true, which means the gems are not in the black box, and they're not in the blue box, so they need to be in the white box. Beautiful. More gems that I have no idea if I'll actually get to use, but hopefully something will happen. I guess we might do the... Well, let's... I don't know. We could check for items in the bedroom and then go north again, I guess. Anything in here? No such luck. Okay, we're going north. Actually, let me check the basement. I wonder if items can spawn down here. I don't know if they spawn. The elevator call button is locked by electronic key card. Oh, right, that makes sense. I did vaguely notice that before, but I didn't really consciously acknowledge it. Okay. I was just checking to see if any items spawned down here anyway. I do not have a basement key. I do not have a basement key at all. So northward we go. I have a handful of keys we can work with. Pantry does give us some coins. And also doesn't dead end us, which is fine by me. This one I couldn't figure out last time. I think it's plane and planet. I think that's what this one is. That one kind of stumped me in the feverish rush that was the last session. Oh, the laboratory is here. I don't want to do the freezer. Wait, do I want to do the freezer? Shoot, I might want to do the freezer, actually. With these gems and coins, it might be useful, but I don't... but the sale... I'm going to do the laboratory. We might get a decent effect from the experiment. If we're lucky. Once again, luck playing a larger factor than I had initially planned for. Let me see. I don't know that any of these are specifically super great. Whenever you draft a shop room, gain 1 key, 1 gem, or 1 die, maybe? Because I don't know how many apples I'm really going to come across at this point. It'd be a little more likely if I had, say, the classrooms. I don't want to be dealing with drafting red rooms and losing 5 steps. I'm already down to 11. I think I'm going to try and get random item for drafting a shop room. And we'll see what happens. We'll see what kind of luck I get in that regard. We're going pretty far north. And I've really got nowhere else to go. And this is my final key. Oh, there's the boiler room. Right next to the laboratory. Well, absolutely yes. We are going to do that. Ooh, ooh, baby. We get to do a puzzle. Because we actually have a boiler room directly adjacent to the laboratory, so this is powered up. Let's learn how this works. Okay. What do the levers do? I want it to line up here. I wonder how this works. Okay. Let me review these periodic tables here. Is there anything that would be of particular note? Still don't have a magnifying glass to read this little text. That's very unfortunate. Wish I could read that, see what it says. It might be important. Let me look this over for a moment. I'm trying to think if we could we spell Sinclair somehow? So we have the SI, we have the N. We have a CL. We don't have anything beyond that. Unless it's one of these missing two right here. I have not brushed up on my periodic table of elements in between streams at all. So that might confuse the issue a little bit. Oh, right, those are the placeholder ones, right. That's where the other two rows below slot in. I'd forgotten about that. I had entirely forgotten about that. So there's a couple different ways we could start Sinclair. So we could do SI and then N, or we could do S and then IN. I'm trying to look for one more thing. Oh, I thought I was possibly onto something. If there was a singular letter G on its own, that would have been something interesting to try. I'm just trying to think of what I can spell with these. Because I imagine it's like the dartboard. They probably don't expect people to have the periodic table of elements memorized. So they're probably using some degree of internal logic. But they're using this format to display it. Because like the dartboard puzzle has nothing to do with the rules of darts on their own. That's completely separate. Trying to think what with these numbers. Let me do a side-by-side comparison. I did take pictures of these specifically. So what are they lining up with here? So one is do I have a laboratory section in these notes? No. Here. Let me make a section for the periodic table. Harrison. See, one is PU. Haha, funny. Two is, which one is that? That's S. Okay. Three is, oh, H. It's spelling out a message 100%, because the first three spell push. Oh, this is great. This is great. Let's see, which one is that? It's 2 over. It's 2 over and 2 and 3 up. So that's RE. 6 is that one. From here it's EU, think. And 7 is PA. Okay, I'm seeing where this is going. I just have to decode the message one piece at a time. That one's just F, and then 9 is TE. And then 10 is RN. And then the letter I. As if these aren't all letters. 12 is the last one. That's NE. So it says push 3 up after 9. Okay. So push 3 up after 9. So 9 and then 3. Oh, because they only worked in full units otherwise. Awesome. See, it's all contained information. You don't have to know the periodic table of elements. That's that door. That's that door. Hey, we've opened another outdoors door. Is that... Oh, is that the dais room from the catacombs, I wonder? The Black Bridge Grotto has been powered and permanently unlocked. Each day you may access one offline terminal from the network. Does that mean I could start every day with the security terminal if I wanted to? Oh, I'm gonna have to check that out. Hold on, I need to take notes on the laboratory real quick now that I've solved this puzzle. Alright, laboratory. Machine with 10 letters, partially numbered periodic table, let's see, okay. Alright, let me write down. Using the table to fill in the listed numbers on the otherwise empty. Using the completed table to fill in the listed numbers on the otherwise empty table spells the message. Let me write it exactly as it says. Push 3 up after 9. Push 3 up after 9. When doing this, while the machine is powered, the Black Bridge Grotto is permanently unlocked. And I'm gonna have to make a section next to the private drive for the Black Bridge Grotto. And just write down each day one offline terminal can be accessed. I'll have to see exactly what that means, but very interesting stuff. Cool. Very lucky that we got a boiler room next to the laboratory this time around. Even if I don't manage to make it back to the bookshop. I could spend basically all of my steps, get back to the bookshop and get one of the 2 drafting strategy books. I might just do that. This has been pretty fruitful. And I have almost exactly the number of steps. Well, I guess considering that running out of steps automatically ends the day, I do have exactly the number of steps I would need. So it would take 5 steps. So let's do that. I would like to at least get one of those books available for checking out from the library. It's unfortunate that we won't be able to get to the library to order the book right away, but at least it'll be in the lineup. I'm here. Get me Drafting Strategy Volume 4, please and thank you. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to go to the library and pass out. Thank you and good day. All right. Now I would consider stopping there, but I've got to check out this. I've got to check out the Black Bridge Grotto. I have to see what's in this room first. Grab my allowance. Thank you very much. And immediately gonna go down to the Black Bridge Grotto and see what the heck is going on in here. Oh, what is all this? I found the server racks. This is where they were keeping them the whole time. All right, so we've got this terminal here with 3 overlapping circles. Okay. We've got a terminal over here. Black Bridge Network Administrator controls. I need an admin key. They wouldn't make it admin, would they? No, I didn't think so. I also assume Swan Song would not work, right? Okay. I'm gonna need an admin password for this. Let me take some notes real quick. Contains a terminal. Requires admin password. Currently unknown. And contains a stone pillar adorned with a set of 3 offset overlapping circles, one of which is, well, the smallest of which is illuminated, just to be specific. A vault door matching this description can also be found here. Okay, let me see what I can do with this terminal here. Oh, a small data microchip. Looks like it might be able to be plugged in somewhere. Huh. So you're telling me I could find other microchips? Interesting. I wonder what this means. Given we're in a computer room, this might be binary. Let me see. Small note with I's and O's can be found here. See reference image for details. I'm going to take a screenshot of this because I know better now. I know better. I'm taking a screenshot of this. I can refer to that later. So what would that translate to in binary? If it was just a 1 and then 1 0 0. Just out of curiosity. Doesn't seem like it amounts to anything on its own. There will probably be a piece of context somewhere else that helps illuminate the purpose here. Perhaps in the terminal that I can't access right now. So I can insert this microchip here. Illuminated portion on the pillar is some kind of removable microchip. Purpose currently unknown. Very interesting. That is a mystery in and of itself. I'm assuming there are 2 other microchips I could find then and bring here. But I suppose I could bring that with me. And who knows if we might be able to use it somewhere. Huh. Is there anything else in this room that I can look at right now before I take my leave to a different location? I think that's it. I am curious what this microchip could do for me potentially. Suppose I can take it with me and we see what happens. Maybe if I come across a terminal in the house, I could do something. Aside from that, I think that room will need a little more context and information before I can really make proper progress with it. Schoolhouse, sure. Got a digging spot in here. Can't do anything with that. I don't have a shovel. Looks like that is all that is in here right now. But now we have schoolhouses added into the mix. We got the classrooms we can potentially draft. If we can make it above grade 2, I can prove myself to be even smarterer than previously thoughted. There's that library, you know I gotta. Oh, they expanded the form. Drafting Strategy Volume 4 would be pretty nice to see. I don't think we'll get to it this stream because this will be the last run that I do. Because it is getting a bit later and we'll figure out what dinner plans are gonna be. But just getting it ordered is pretty nice. Hey, there's a classroom. I'm not going to forget the apple this time. So that happened to me before and oh boy. Didn't really matter, but I felt kind of silly. And we'll do closet for items. Cool. Backtrack a little bit. And we'll go this way. We'll hit up the Nook. Grab ourselves a tasty key. Oh, a coupon book. Hello. Save 1 coin on every purchase. Not too shabby. It ain't no 50% off sale, but it's something. Security room. I do want to check the terminal. Can I do anything with the microchip here? It does not appear so. Okay, so I still don't know what the microchip is for then. So it doesn't just plug into any of these terminals. Alright, let's get the keycard system settings. Once again, let's get all of this. Let's get all of this loosened up as much as possible here. So I have the easiest time making forward progress. Laboratory or observatory? I think I'm gonna do a laboratory. As much as the observatory is nice, I'm in a bit of a bind in terms of my gem count, and the parlor would have locked me out of forward progress. So I'm gonna gamble on a good experiment. None of these causes are super common. I don't know. I think when you draft a hallway from another hallway, maybe gain 1 key for every 2 hallways, since you'll have 2 at minimum at that point. Sure, why not? Just for the heck of it, I suppose. We'll just see what happens. Dark room, I guess. We're gonna gamble on this. Because I didn't want to use corridor that early. I'm not drafting whatever that room is, because it requires 2 gems. What did we get? Utility closet. Hey, I can turn the lights on. I can turn the lights on in the dark room. Beautiful. And we can just turn off the keycard entry system entirely. No keycard required today. Beautiful. Now we can see what we're drafting. And oh boy, would you look at that. It's a den. Wonderful. Let's keep going this way. Or I can make a stop at the parlor. I'm gonna have to backtrack a little tiny bit back to the den. But I do kind of need the gems. Okay, this box is not empty. This box contains gems. And all statements that contain the word gems are false. Okay. If we assume this box is... No, which one do I want to start with? All statements that contain the word gems are false. But that includes this one, right? Because it uses the word gems. Let me start with a different one. That one's going to require a little too much to be an entry point. Let's see. Okay, so this box is not empty. If that is false, this box is empty. But that would mean that this box contains gems could still be true? I don't know. I think we do have to start with this one. I think this is the one that requires the most dissection. Okay, all statements that contain the word gems are false. If we think about that, if all statements that contain the word gems are false, well, it couldn't include itself because it would automatically contradict itself logically, regardless of whether it was true or false. Because if it was true that all statements containing the word gems are false, then that would make this one also have to be false. It's completely paradoxical if it's included in its own rules. It would be impossible to rule whether it's true or false because either one would make it completely contradict itself. So since I don't think the game gets quite that crazy with these little brain teasers, in the parlor at least, let's assume all statements that contain the word gems are false is just not including itself. If we assume that this is telling the truth, then that would mean the white box is false. It does not contain the gems. And this box is not empty could still either be true or false. Because there's nothing that really says one way or the other. So what if all statements that contain the word gems are false? What if this is false? That would mean that this box contains gems is true, and you don't have to go any further than that. Because it would be telling the truth due to this one. So I think I'm gonna go with the white box because I don't know where else to go with it. And would you look at that? It made sense in the end. It was a little bit more loose than I usually play the parlor game, but it worked out. And we're using our only key here. Athletic. Geez, I haven't seen that very much. Now, considering I don't have any keys and I very well could just get locked out of both West Wing Hall door options potentially, it's less likely to be the case, but it could happen anyway. Honestly, I just want to see what's in the attic because I haven't been in there. A new room to end the session with, I think, would be cool. What are you pointing at, sir? I wonder if the way you're pointing matters. I'm gonna take a quick little screenshot of this. Just because he's pointing, that feels important. That'll probably be something to check next time. Because I imagine if there's anything to take from this, I would want to look down from where they're standing in the direction at the angle that this man is pointing. But that will be something to check next time. There's that pendant again. The crescent moon with the one ruby in the side. Do you think that ruby might be from the crown? The royal crown that got stolen. You think so? The ruby crown. No telling how big or small any of the particular rubies would be. Something to keep in mind. Look at all these items I won't get to use. A large battery pack. Great stuff. Look at all these items I won't get to use because we're dead-ended. Oh well. At least there's a swan here to keep me company. I do see there's this sheet of paper here. Let's see. April 12th. Dear Miss Marigold, thank you so much for giving our editors the opportunity to consider your illustrated children's book, The Red Prince. Unfortunately, I regret that we have come to the conclusion that although the illustrations are wonderful, we do not think the material is a good fit with Ruffington's current catalog and therefore will not be pursuing a partnership at this time. If you provided us with a return envelope, your manuscript will be returned to you. Otherwise, it has been recycled. Yeesh. Thank you again for thinking of us here at Ruffington, even though we definitely were not thinking of you. And do not be discouraged to submit any work you complete in the future. Please, our recycling bin definitely needs... It needs more material. We wish you every success in finding a home for your book. Thomas Yanders, Editor. Ruffington Red Publishing, Children's Book Department, 205 Conchetta Court, I think? 02117-2765. Don't know if those numbers matter, but I'm taking a screenshot anyway because who knows? There's a lot of numbers here. Change the ending to political. I guess that might explain why the Red Prince's ending felt a little strangely meta-narrative. I'm guessing the version that got published was the one that got published was a revised version with a different ending. Now, good looking out, Bless. This is red text, but it appears to be handwritten rather than typeset. So it does not follow the red text automatically being a lie. It is not a red typeset memo, so I think we're good to still give it at least a grain of salt. Not taking anything here for absolute truth, of course, but we can consider it. We don't have an automatic, it's lying, so we can believe the opposite. But good looking out, though. I think that wraps up the attic here. I'm just gonna take a quick moment to actually note down which room that is. That is room 11. Room 11. Bring that down to between the walk-in closet and the storeroom, yeah? Lines up with my notes. And this one, it costs 3 gems to draft, I think. I can double check that number real quick. Yes. Costs 3 gems to draft, and I can read the description in a moment here. And it contains 8 items, so this can be a really nice stockpile if we get it somewhere usable. I mainly put it in here just because I was ready for the run to end anyway, because I need to end the stream pretty soon here. Go figure out dinner plans. But this has been another quite fruitful session. There's a lot for me to keep looking through. For sure, I have so many more screenshots to catalog, of course. We do have a few different directions to pursue. I think it might actually be good for me to make a to-do list at this point, because now we do have a few different points of interest to try and make some dedicated efforts toward, depending on what opportunities are presented to us in the moment. Let's see, it contains a letter from... who was the publisher? Just so I can write it down here. Ruffington Red. Ruffington Red Publishing. Regarding the refusal of Marion's original The Red Prince manuscript. Apparently, due to the ending being, quote, too political. I'll just have that in there for what it's worth. Such a unique game. Yeah, I mean, I was saying at the beginning of the stream, there are very few games I've ever played, and certainly none in recent memory, that really forced me to think about, like, to get me thinking about the game to such a dedicated extent outside of playing the game itself. And I think it is due in part to the fact that I can't really just test theories throughout the week, because I don't want to accidentally discover new things off stream. So the only other real option I have is to just theory craft with the information I do have available to me from what I've documented of my gameplay up to this point. I was like, how many games do I really play that give me this kind of homework and just really get me thinking this much about all the different disparate aspects of the gameplay experience? And look at that, permanent additions we have fully filled out now. Interesting. Because yeah, we happened to get, I don't know how much you've seen, Bless, but we did manage to get super lucky on the last run. And we got a laboratory, and then we got a boiler room directly next to it so we could work with the machine. And we powered up the door that unlocks the Black Bridge Grotto. That in itself is a whole other mystery that I need more context to even begin to decipher. But there's just been so much here. Actually, since we have a ton of steps and nowhere else to really use them, we can actually kind of go through using the periodic table of elements, putting them in order based on these numbers here. It spelled out a message that told us to push 3 up after 9. So when we pushed the 9 lever and then the 3 lever, that's what powered it up to this exact level. And that opened up the grotto. Imagine finding a whole grotto in your house. Right? It's not very far from the house. I can just go mosey on over to it. Like right over here. It's the one where I was pondering whether I would need some sort of tool to undo the screws or the bolts or something on the door itself. Now it's just powered up now. Welcome to the Black Bridge Grotto. It's the server room. And I have no idea what to even begin working with here. Because we have this note that I have no idea what this means. I feel like I need way more context for this. because on its own, I can't really derive any meaning from it. There's a blacked out monitor here, whereas all the other ones are lit up. And there's a terminal here, but it requires an admin key that I do not know. I do not know what this admin key does, and I do not know what password to even begin to guess to put in there. I did try admin. I tried Swan Song because just in case, but I have not tried the luggage combination. Nope. I guess they were smarter about their luggage. But there's also this. There's a microchip that we found here. This is where it was when we entered the room. And it lights up this door here. We can take the microchip with us, but I haven't found anywhere else to put a microchip yet. It doesn't go into, at the very least, it doesn't go into the security terminal because there was nothing to interact with it there. But I'm wondering if maybe what we should be doing is finding these other two microchips somewhere else and bringing them back here. Theoretically, this is a door that could open up. Might also be prudent to find the Blackbridge password. Password wouldn't be as simple as 1 space 100, would it? Can I even put spaces in there? I can. Okay, I was gonna say if it was that simple, that would be wild. Let me try this one. No, okay. We'll try just 1, 2, 3, 4 on its own. No, they don't like that one. How many digits can I actually put in here? That's a lot. Okay. Yeah, we can put in 10 characters in there. Okay. So yeah, there's a lot of room for potential words of interest there. There's no way they do this, right? Yeah, that would have been silly. Okay. So yeah, I feel like I just need a lot more context to get anywhere with this room right now. But yeah, there's a good amount of information we found all over the place across this whole stream. I've got a lot of screenshots I'm going to have to sort through afterward. Probably do that after dinner as well. But that is where I'm going to call it for today. It is getting toward that time. Let me see what is going on online right now. Real quick. If my web browser will stop fighting me on this. It's fighting me kind of hard today. Just a little bit. It's not the browser I usually use anyway. Yep, as per our usual, I think I'll call it a day here. Because there's nothing else that I need to do. And we will pop on over to the new standby of Care for Kittens. Looks like they're having a pretty cozy sleepy time right now. Gosh, they're already so much bigger. It's crazy just how much different they look week to week. Let's go stop in and say hello to the kittens. So thank you all for being here and hanging out. I'm gonna have to raid and run because I gotta go figure out dinner. We'll go hang out with some kittens. Always a good time. This has been quite a session. Thankfully not quite as frenetic as last time, which I am more than happy with. As fun as crazy amounts of cavalcading revelations can be, it's good that it's not happening every single time. Gives me a chance to really catch up with how much I've learned between each of these sessions. But I'll go work on that tonight and just get everything cataloged and organized. And I'll be more diligent about taking screenshots in the future because I've learned my lesson. But that will be for next time. So thank you all for being here and hanging out. And just know that somebody cares about you because I care about you. And until the next stream, take care, everyone.